Hello?
Hello, council member.
Hi, Carmen. We're glad to see you now.
I got on this one. Hallelujah. Where's everybody at?
I got lost in transport.
You guys were on, what do they call it? Cyberspace?
Yeah.
Carmen, you're on a platform, but don't dive in.
I won't. Get my little flag.
Okay, great. Looks like we have many folks participating tonight. I see 32. Sounds like one big group. So we'll look for council members. Make sure we have everybody here before we return from closed session here. Skim through the different screens. Okay. I'm counting a group of 5 elected officials. You see our city clerk, city attorney. Taking a gander through here to see Steve. There he is. And looks like we have everybody standing by, ready to go. Thank you to city staff for your patience here. It's about just past 7:30, so we're going to go ahead and get moving here pretty soon. Councilmember Montano, I hope that you are in your dining room and listening. I do want to make sure that we begin appropriately with you in virtual attendance. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor, would it be of any
Yes.
value for me to call the names again? Or you want to just wait until you see them on the screen?
I think each council member is logged on. It's just they may be a foot away from their computer device. Okay, here we go. And I believe Councilmember Fan is also here. I do see his screen and he is on board here. So, yep, I think I see him there. So, we will begin here. We just came out of closed session, everybody. Thank you for your patience once again. And we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public, the council did not consider item A in closed session. That has been deferred to a future council meeting, but the council did consider item B as in boy in closed session and gave direction to staff, but there's nothing more to report out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Okay, next up here, we're going to keep tonight moving along efficiently, and I look forward to everybody really coming together to take care of our city's business in a timely manner here. We have a big group tonight. Okay, next up here, Pledge of Allegiance. Wherever you're at, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you have a flag, go ahead and really have your direction to the flag, and I will hold mine for us all. Okay, here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, everybody. I've been doing my best to bring the flag to the meeting. I know one day we'll look back to this historic time and know that we all did our own little part. And so thank you for that. Next up here is the invocation. Tonight's invocation on May the 19th, 2020 is presented to you by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much. May we who are merely inconvenienced remember those whose lives are at stake. May we who have no risk factors remember those most vulnerable. May we who have the luxury of working from home remember those who must choose between preserving their health
Okay, it appears that the Vice Mayor's screen has momentarily frozen. I think from what I observe.
remember those who have no home. During the God to our neighbors. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for presenting and providing the invocation this evening. Next up on the agenda is presentations. I do want to present 3 proclamations this evening, and I will jump right into it as we will look to move forward efficiently this evening. First proclamation out of 3 here in no particular order, but I don't mind it being first. The Teacher Appreciation Month. I think during this pandemic, we really have a greater appreciation for our teachers as we, I think, see many go above and beyond to really educate and care for deeply the children who are our future. And so with the abrupt end to the in-person school year, our teachers have gone above and beyond to continue their students' education with virtual classrooms and at-home lessons, continuously innovating to ensure every student has the tools they need to reach their full potential. A National Teacher Appreciation Month is a month-long celebration, a very long month, in recognition of teachers and the contributions they make to education and society. This celebration provides an opportunity for students, parents, and others to show their appreciation for the hard work teachers do and the long hours many of them put in. During these challenging times, we recognize and appreciate how pivotal a role our nation's educators play in our children's lives, inspiring a lifelong love of discovery and making a difference in their well-being and long-term happiness. Now, I do want to give a shout out to the teacher on the council member Montano, a proud retired teacher. And so shout out to the teacher on the school, on the city council. So I think it's always special to have a professional like that, retired albeit, to really bring a special perspective to the work we do in public service. So therefore, I, Rich Tran, Mayor of Milpitas, and on behalf of the great City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May here as Teacher Appreciation Month. Thank you. Moving on to the second proclamation, Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. It's great to see this one come back to the council. We've done this in years past. The City of Milpitas is dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing to all members of the community. During this global pandemic, coupled with the shelter-in-place order, the importance of a secure, safe, and affordable home has become more crucial now than ever. The City of Milpitas is a member of Silicon Valley at Home, as well as a sponsor of Affordable Housing Month 2020, which has the theme, Be My Neighbor this year. The city staff has organized events to raise awareness, educate, and engage our community, including collaborating with various community partners such as Project Sentinel and Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. The Building Safety and Housing team is presenting home safety practices and affordable housing initiatives offered by the city to our residents, including the pilot rent relief program, which was under the housing subcommittee of Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilor Montano. That has assisted nearly 25 households with 70 Milpitas residents thus far. And I want to give a shout out to our Housing and Building Safety Department Director, Sharon Goey, for her continuous work here in City Hall. We, I think, really appreciate all the work you do beyond the scope of just sticks, bricks, stones, nails, and such. I know I appreciate, along with all your staff, we want to recognize the whole department. Just really, I feel like a quiet leadership, just emphasized leadership in action. So thank you very much, Sharon. I recognize your leadership. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim this month as Affordable Housing and Building Safety Month. And the third proclamation here for May 17th to the 23rd of this month. Last but certainly not least, Public Works Week here. This year marks the 60th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Public works professionals like the ones we have in the city of Milpitas focus on infrastructure and ensure we have quality roads, which we do, clean water, some of the best in California, functional parks, amazing parks, and more services that are of vital importance to public health, quality of life, and the well-being of the residents and businesses who call Milpitas home. As we combat the current threat to public health, our employees from Public Works and Engineering as well have maintained their position on the front lines of our community. Thank you. Ensuring we have the safe and well-functioning infrastructure, facilities, and services that are critical for a sustainable and resilient communities. These employees in Milpitas, as well as public works professionals everywhere are our backbone. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, the Mayor of Milpitas, on behalf of the great City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of 17 to 23, 2020, which is now this week, as National Public Works Week. May all the folks in Public Works find moments to celebrate. Maybe Tony can bring some desserts or refreshments, fruit, and we really want to ensure folks are appreciated. Shout out to everybody in Public Works, and I want to recognize Tony as well for the continuous work his department conducts under his leadership, as we really emphasize our infrastructure during this time with some of the sewer and water projects and public safety projects. And it's really great to be part of this council that's supporting all efforts to ensure that we have resources really available to accomplish those tasks. So with that being said, those are the presentations. What a great month. Next up here, public forum. Those interested are invited to address City Council on any subject not on tonight's agenda. Written comments shall be submitted via form online. Thank you for your understanding during this global pandemic. And commenters may state their name, please, and city of residence, please, for the clerk's record. Comments will be read aloud by the city clerk, and remarks may be limited tonight to 1 minute, please. Yes, thank you. Or less, 1 minute or less. As an item not listed on the agenda, no response is required from the city staff or the council, and no action can be taken. Council may instruct the city manager to place any item possible on a future meeting agenda. With that being said, I want to go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle, for any public comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There are 4 comments so far for me to read. I'm going to go ahead and time the first one. It may be need to stop at 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitentiary Street, Milpitas. Through the mayor, vice mayor, and members of the city council, the city manager and staff, to the governor and the president. We, the Americans, are careful and sympathetic. We, the Americans, works to our best for mankind and for USA and for the whole world. I urge everyone to be in the better solution with the divided feelings, standstill, deadlock, transfixed. We need to compromise. We need to waive the eventual blaming. We pray for the right and fair decision to happen. 1, we will rely on the government relief, or 1, we move on. 2, careful not to get infected, or 2, back to work to avoid boredom. 3, worried to go back to work safe, or 3, still with moment of inertia to work. 4, living but economy down to no food. Okay, all right.
Yeah, yep. Thank you very much.
I'll stop. I'll go to the next comment for you. Next comment is from Tom Valori, 670 Cardiff Place, Milpitas. Many of residents of the city of Milpitas are faced with crisis circumstances in many forms, but it would appear, given the recent budget workshop presentations, city staff is proceeding at the same level of expenditure as had been contemplated prior to the COVID-19 virus attacking this city. This does not appear to be appropriated under the circumstances. Thus, why? Next comment, I'm going to also time this one. It may be longer than a minute. From Inderjit Mundra. I am a resident of Milpitas for over 40 years. My 3 children were born and raised here. I have had my current business here for over 9 years. The pandemic has hurt my business significantly. I attended the virtual Small Business Assistance Subcommittee meeting on May 13, 2020, expecting some support for keeping my business active. After about, 15 minutes, I realized that there was no understanding of what a business needs financially. No businesses had been consulted to see what reality was. That $200,000 was being chased so that loans of $5,000 to $10,000 could be provided. How was it figured out that this was helpful when for most of the small businesses in Milpitas spend more than that in 1 month? I am very dismayed that city resources are being wasted on meaningless projects like this, no useful results intended, no effort to work closely with local businesses, no teamwork at all by the city and the local businesses. I am very disappointed. Okay. One more from Warren Wettenstein, 828 North Hillview, Milpitas. The Milpitas Chamber of Commerce has has worked closely with Alex Andrade and staff of the city's Economic Development Department. I'm former chair of the Economic Development Commission. Now, as some businesses are starting to reopen, the chamber is concerned, how is the city going to encourage local residents to shop local rather than online and dine out locally? Of the 4,100 businesses in Milpitas, estimated that half are still closed, yet incurring costs despite severe non-existent revenue. Facilitating bistro outdoor dining may be one step for restaurants. What about retailers and services? Since the city is not a bank, rather than disperse 10K funds for more or less 20 businesses out of 4,100 in a lottery, why not provide additional resources to Economic Development Department and the Milpitas Chamber, which has been ceaselessly supporting all local businesses, member and non-members? The Chamber participated in the recent Business Resiliency webinar with the Commission, MUSP, and SBDC. Okay. There is one more that has come in. I'll read for you. The next comment actually is regarding an upcoming agenda item number 12 at the public hearing. So I'll wait to read that comment to you until that time.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate very sincerely your leadership during this pandemic and the really effect it's had on our public comments and public forums. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Moving on here. Okay, very well. Announcements and future agenda items. Fantastic. For announcements, let's go with city staff first. Let's check in with our city manager, Steve McHarris. Any announcements?
We have no announcements from staff.
Okay, great. All right. Moving back here to this side of the dais virtually, I do want to take a moment to thank our participants, everybody. If you're listening, if you're tuning in from somewhere across Milpitas or the cloud, I want to thank everybody for their continued efforts during this global pandemic and the huge shift in our normalcy. To see everybody adapt really is inspiring to me, to know that our city of Milpitas staff are very resilient. And so thanks for being with us here tonight, and we hope that it's a great meeting and we'll be able to accomplish all the things that may impact you in your day-to-day work here at the city. And so one more thing I did want to bring forth is just like everybody else, I know we're watching, right? We're all out at the grocery store, or we're in discussions with folks in the community from a social distance, or really on our smartphones and computers. And we're really watching, everybody's watching how we're all dealing as a society with this pandemic. And I think one thing we can all agree on is, how can we help? Are we doing enough? Are there any opportunities for us to make things right as best as possible for those that are being impacted? Earlier today, I had a short phone call with the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez, and I called him, and we just talked about the community for a bit, and how our largest gathering, you talk about social gathering, what is the highest level of social gathering? Well, here in Milpitas, it's the 4th of July. That's the biggest social gathering that we have, and we won't be having it this year. And we're really moving that towards City Hall and lighting and celebrations we'll be doing at City Hall to really commemorate our independence as a nation. And so in discussing with the vice mayor, we thought that maybe we should continue to support the community during these critical rituals that we have, these ceremonies that we have, which is our way of life. And to think that the second largest social gathering in town is our high school seniors graduation, which is the second largest gathering in town, which has now been disrupted. I know on Facebook they have seniors of Milpitas High School. Let me remind you, we have one high school in town. They have a Facebook group for all the parents and the students, mostly the parents and teachers, to recognize their senior here in 2020. And there won't be a social gathering next month for a graduation, one of the most memorable days in a person's life, and it's really heartbreaking. And so the vice mayor had suggested and we went back and forth a little bit, why not light up City Hall blue and gold? Why not celebrate the students? And I never thought about this one, but Bob said, why not get a projector out there and recognize the senior on the side of the building? And I just thought that, wow, that's a great idea. And then, looking at it pragmatically, how can this be accomplished? And I do believe we were presented figures from the 4th of July presentation, the agenda item, and those numbers look very reasonable. It was actually not bad, very reasonable. And I know our city council has a sort of a community budget every year, which is I think roughly 25K, which is now down to I believe 16,000. And I do see some funds available there that I would like to, with the support of this council, put forward to see if we can cover the cost of lighting City Hall blue and gold next month to celebrate. And I'm gonna keep this under 6 minutes here. I know now we're getting a little too far. Yeah, but would love to. Non-controversial, I don't think so. I think it's a little safer, but I'm looking at Chris, and I'm concluding here. But before I yield it, the virtual hand, but I would love to see our city light up City Hall blue and gold, and Cal Hills colors as well, to recognize our seniors here in town next month. And so it's an opportunity for us to do something special, and the community would greatly understand and appreciate it, and really go along the lines of ideas that folks like Councilmember Montano had, which was put American themed flags and such on Calaveras. Well, Councilmember Montano inspired me. Why don't we put the seniors yard signs that they're doing on Calaveras as well? Congratulations seniors on Calaveras, appropriately. And so I'm not going to get into all the grand ideas for City Hall, but certainly to have a display of lights and signage at City Hall for the youth. And I want to thank the vice mayor for really brainstorming much of that. So we'll go to the vice mayor, Bob Nunez.
The mayor and vice mayor before, I think vice mayor speaks. I just want to make sure we're staying as tight as possible on the time. One of the things I don't want this to get into is a debate and discussion, which I've said before. So I think if the vice mayor wants to add a few words, and then we can go down the line, whether you want to discuss this at a future meeting, not debate or discuss it.
Yes.
Well, so we'll go down the line then. So we're going to the right of the virtual dais, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So am I? Yes. So, yes, thank you. So, and as much as I'd like to take the credit for coming up with the idea, it actually came from the Milpitas Executive Lions Club, who really wanted to be involved. They feel that they're missing something. And Renee, if she's there someplace, her thinking about ways that we could really celebrate without getting together. So everything the mayor said, we'd like to bring back to the council for their consideration to show that this is a special time and we want to make sure that we don't just let it pass by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. But I had put my hand up originally for announcements. So once this concludes, then do you want me to put my hand up again?
Well, I think we're on the topic of discussion. Did you want to provide your input?
So Mayor Tran, we're not
No,
discussing.
I
the item,
can't do
think.
that. But I think what happened was my hand was up because I have an announcement, and then we got into this one. So I'll lower it and then I'll raise it up again. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, we're looking for a yes or a no, right, Chris?
Thank you, Mayor Tran. That is correct. So I think council's heard a proposal on the table. If we can just go down the line with a yes or no. If you're saying yes,
Yes.
that means you want to discuss it at your next council meeting. If you're saying no, it means you're not interested in discussing this at your next council meeting. So Councilmember Fan,
Thank you, Chris.
Sure.
Councilmember Montan,
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunez. I saw a yes. And Mayor Tran.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. See, there you go.
That's the way to do
All
it.
right. Okay. Well, I want to continue here with the announcements and possible future agenda items. I see the virtual hands in order. I think you all see it too. I'm going to go Vice Mayor Nunez.
Oh, thank you very much. I was able to sit in on the, or not sit in, view the small business committee, and I thought you folks did some really good work. But I'm not sure how long your committee is going to be going. So if it's going to continue on, I wanted to share some things. If they're going to transition, because I kept hearing that in there.
Till June. June.
Till June? Oh, okay. So there's, I noticed that some cities I saw were using CDBG funds for those loans, and I didn't see that in there, so I wanted to share that. There were actually cities, and Steve, I don't know if this goes to this committee, but I saw that Long Beach today and at their city council meeting is looking at those parklets and letting restaurants come out. So I'd like to ask that subcommittee to look at that. Also, there were some cities, and I think I talked to you, Chris, about this, using some of the art funds that we have and looking at letting restaurants that want to do something that's artistic, using funds in how they design, mainly Main Street. So I think there's lots of things out there that would allow us to help our small businesses. And whichever committee, the subcommittee, or I don't sure where to take it, is what I'm saying. I think there's lots of avenues to help. And I just want to know where to sort of funnel that. And at the same time say that I think the work you're doing is good work. And I'm not looking to do anything more than help pass information. So that's all I wanted. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, thank you for that. I think our subcommittee members did hear you. And if there's more you want to share, I think send it to either myself or the city manager. We'll make sure it gets to the subcommittee.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you both. And next up here with the virtual hand, Council Member Dominguez. I'm not hearing audio. would,
There we go. So thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for that information. We'll make sure we take it back to the committee. And definitely those are all great ideas. In terms of my announcements, I definitely am looking forward to a great meeting today, and I don't want to put no more ideas because we have one more month left, and so I will hold my ideas until the next fiscal year for the purpose of everyone's sake. But I do think that an announcement needs to be given in credits due to Second Harvest and the partnership and the staff and all of the volunteers and leaders who came out this past weekend, and making sure that they gave out over 600 meals, which I know, Mayor, you have been packing up at the warehouse. And so it was awesome to see. It was greatly appreciated. So everyone who made that happen, I just definitely feel that we wanted to make sure to give them that acknowledgement. And if you're watching at home, thank you so much for taking care of our families. That was very heartwarming to be part of. The other one, I would like to just also give a shout out and a thank you to ICERT, who did the collection of food, that they've done 2 collections in Milpitas, as well as our Milpitas food pantry. Like always, happy birthday. I know there's some special folks over there celebrating a birthday today. So I definitely just want to acknowledge them on behalf of all of us, because with the work they're doing is definitely making a difference in Milpitas. So thank you very much for the time.
thank you very much. Okay, I do see a virtual hand up. I'm not sure if that's from previously or from the present. I do want to acknowledge the virtual hand. Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
I'm trying to lower it now.
Okay,
There.
very well. Okay, I don't see any further. I don't see any further virtual hands. I want to thank everybody for their comments. Next up, announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicant on the city's agenda tonight. Councilmember Fan? He looks frozen, so we'll come back to him. Councilmember Montano?
Yeah, he's back. There you are. I see him. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Yeah.
None.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Montano?
None.
Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez?
None.
And Mayor Tran?
No.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, approval of agenda. I really like tonight's agenda. I think there's a lot of great work to get accomplished. I want to move item number 15 right after the public hearing, all the public hearings. Okay, if there's any
Move,
comments for that, let me know.
nope. So I move the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of approval agenda. We'll do a virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Moving on here to consent calendar. I will look to my colleagues if there's any requests to pull any items from the consent calendar, or we can take any quick questions you have without doing it. But it's up to my colleagues here. I'm with you all the way. So I'm looking for any virtual hands. Vice Mayor Nunez.
So I'd like to pull C3 and C6.
Okay. Now, We will go ahead and do that. And let me go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle. I do see you with the virtual hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's one public comment that has come in for an item on consent. So I don't know if you'd like to pull the item or simply have me read the comment that has come in for you.
I would like for you to read it at 1 minute, please.
Okay. Mayor and Council, this is from Puneet Sandhu, 414 South Main Street on item C5, General Plan Annual Progress Report. The comment is this: can the Planning Commission fast track permits for outdoor seating in parking lots for restaurants, including walk-up windows for meal pickups? Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Mary. And I know that is a initiative being undertaken throughout this valley. I guess I will simply request for our city manager to kind of bring back information to us at the next available time as to what kind of efforts our government will be taking to encourage economic development in light of the hardships of COVID-19. If there's any further comment about the public comment from my colleagues, now's the time. If you want to chime in, always great to get varying vantage points. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to just acknowledge the comment and also just share with the council that the subcommittee for business that is being chaired by Councilmember Montano is actually looking at what everyone's calling the al fresco and using surplus parking and outdoor. And we have asked the city manager to, at our last meeting, to do exactly what they just asked us to do, in addition to mainstream the permit process and talk with our fire. So there's a lot of conversations, but I definitely just wanted to share that since I heard that come up twice already. So definitely that is something that the subcommittee has directed staff in the last, and what we'll do is we'll make sure that we bring back a report of our next meeting. So then that way you guys know what we've been conversating about, because I know Chair Montano has been working really hard on some of those ideas. So thank you so much for the comment. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Next up, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
So Mayor, what I want is that you can each respond to the comment briefly, but if you're going to get into a discussion about it, I'd recommend pulling the item.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and pull the item.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and pull the item and play it. I want to be safe and sound.
And then just one word of guidance. The comment doesn't necessarily relate to the item. So I think you guys can have a brief discussion about the comment, but just limit it because it really doesn't.
Well, you know, let's leave it. Let's leave it.
Okay.
A little
Just leave it,
different.
and we'll go to the brief comment. Vice Mayor
Okay.
Nunez.
Yeah, so my only question is more technical in nature. Is this something that would come to the council, or is this something that would come to the planning commission, city manager?
Well, it depends. So it depends on if it's going to require ordinance work. So when we talk about the specific comment was in parking lots, so that causes there's a lot more to that because you're placing people dining in a parking lot. But outdoor dining or al fresco dining in the sidewalks in probably 99% of the commercial areas in Milpitas are on private property on sidewalks. So as long as there's technically ADA access, accessible access on the sidewalk, we can have diners out in front of the restaurants without ordinance work.
Then I agree with you then, Chris, that we should leave it to make the subcommittee to go. This sounds a lot more needs to be discussed, to leave it to the subcommittee to bring back either to us, directed back to us, or to the planning commission. So I'm fine with that, leaving it on, and then the discussion to be taking place and wherever it's appropriate.
I concur.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Next up here, Councilmember Fan.
Steve, if it's just a conditional use permit, can it just be approved administrative via the zoning administrator? That's my first question. And the second one is
Discussion, member.
are the, Carmen, I'm trying to ask a question, please. Are the zoning administrator hearings still conducting throughout this time? Thanks.
Yeah, yes. To your second question, they are being conducted at this time as needed. They are conducted. And to your first question, if it's a CUP, it may indeed be something minor. I would say that we'd have to look at it to see what level. I don't know if it would be an ordinance, use permit, minor use permit, or something that could be approved over the counter. We have to look at that for use of putting dining in the parking lots themselves, in the parking spaces themselves.
And so, yeah, we'll look to the subcommittee and our city manager to, at a later point, provide us the next update more comprehensively. How's that sound? Yeah. Okay. All righty. Thank you very much. All right. Well, that's the consent calendar. It looks like we're pulling items number 3 and 6. Are there any further requests for the consent calendar? I do see a virtual hand up. Is there a virtual hand up? If not, take it up. Okay, great. Okay, any further requests for the consent calendar? We're pulling items number 3 and 6.
I'd like to move the consent calendar minus 3 and 6.
Second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez, second by Councilmember Montana. All in favor of the consent calendar? Virtual roll call. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montana.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried. That's the consent calendar. Moving on here. Moving on here. Public hearings. Public hearings. Virtual public comments may be submitted on a form from the city website, folks, on Facebook or YouTube. Tune it in, whatever platform you're on, possibly television. But virtual public comments may be submitted on a form from the city website. Our city clerk also received any other forms of submission, and if she has that, she will read it. But at this time, if you're watching live, you can submit your comments via a website, www.ci.milpitas.ca.gov/public comment. And you can submit your public comments there. If anybody has an issue, there it is right there. Now, for public hearing items number 11, 10, 12 only, voicemail message comments may be recorded on telephone number 408-586-3010. And that was earlier today when there was a sort of a timeline on that. So looking forward to hearing what we have as we go forward. So let's go ahead and conduct our first public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 2021. And I'm happy to introduce here virtually our Director of Engineering, Mr. Erickson. Steve?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So tonight, fiscal year 2021 Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, number 95-1. Next slide, please. So the city owns and maintains landscaping, pedestrian lighting, and gateway monument improvements along portions of McCarthy Boulevard and State Route 237 north to Dixon Landing Road, and it includes portions of Ranch Drive. The McCarthy Ranch developer created a lighting maintenance assessment district, LLMD number 95-1, to fund the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the district improvements. The administration and annual assessment process for LLMD 95-1 is governed by the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to, 1, initiate preparation of an annual engineer's report, which was completed March 3rd, 2020. 2, to approve the annual engineer's report and assessments, again, was completed May 5th, 2020, and to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district, which is the item on the agenda tonight. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the district includes McCarthy Boulevard from State Route 237 north to Dixon Landing Road and portions of Ranch Drive shown in green. Next slide, please. This district includes 44 commercial industrial parcels and has a total area of about 11.8 million square feet. The total assessment for fiscal year 2021 is $374,361. It's spread out around the 44 parcels. The assessment rate is $0.0317 per square foot, and it does not exceed the maximum rate. Next slide, please. So the recommendation tonight is to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the hearing following any testimony. And 2, to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy of landscape and lighting maintenance assessment district 95-1 McCarthy Ranch. That concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erickson. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing first. Looking for a motion to open the public hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
We've got a motion to open the public hearing by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor of opening the public hearing? A virtual roll
Aye.
call. Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Montano,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now open. We'll go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle.
Good evening again, Mayor. There are no comments in writing through the public comment box. Please let me verify with our IT director. Earlier this evening, there were no comments on the recorded voicemail line either. But if Mike Lou is on, can you confirm what I just said?
That is correct, Mary.
Okay. No comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mary. Looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor of closing the public hearing? Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Montano,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now closed. We'll check in here with Mr. Erickson if you have any further comments before we move on. Where's that hand at? To our council, that is. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, let's go to the council. I see a virtual hand. It's been found. Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So, Mr. Erickson, I had a question for you. How far does that district start and end? So it's a McCarthy Boulevard. Does it go all the way to the? Does it end at the dump site on Dixon?
So if we could bring back the presentation, I believe it's the third slide that shows the limits. So back up 2 slides, please. Back up. Okay. So it's on the left-hand side. Approximate limits are the the Ranch Drive intersection is shown there with McCarthy Boulevard. And it goes north to
Dixon?
just about Dixon Landing Road, right? Just short of it, just south of it.
Okay, is that where the bridge? There's a bridge there.
It's crosses. I think there's 2 bridges there. One is owned by the city of Milpitas. The other is city of San Jose. It crosses the bridge owned by the city of Milpitas.
Okay, because there's some really street lights there. I mean, they're pretty old and they never work. So I was wondering who's in charge of making sure that those lights work. So if you can look into that, that'd be great.
Right. Those lights are actually not in the assessment district, but yes, there should be city-owned lights there, and we can put in a service request to Public Works.
Okay, great. And then I do like how you guys are maintaining the trees. It's a back road where people that come in, it's an alternate route to 237 from 880. And it's really nice how you guys have maintained it. There's an entrance that goes in from it's on the southern part of McCarthy Boulevard. And it's turning into, what's that name of this? What the name of the street where In-N-Out Burger is? What's the name of that street?
Ranch Drive.
Oh, Ranch Drive. Okay. So yeah, I noticed that sometimes they have really beautiful flowers on the median, and sometimes they don't. So I know this. You're saying that the city is the one that's in charge of the landscaping. So why is it that sometimes you have some nice foliage there and sometimes you don't? Is that just a staffing problem or something, or to that effect?
Well, I will defer that to the Public Works Director if he's on. Maybe he can respond to that question. But the maintenance of the facility is under Public Works.
Okay. Also, do you have any say-so on the buildings there, the facades, or no, just the landscaping?
Right. The district only covers the landscape, irrigation, pedestrian lighting, which would be along from about Ranch Drive. Actually, Ranch Drive entrance 1 to Ranch Drive entrance 2. They're on the north. There's pedestrian lighting at the sidewalk and also the gateway improvements. That's all the assessment district covers. It does not cover building facades.
Okay, okay. And there's a, right by Walmart, there's I guess the way the wind blows, there's always a huge accumulation of trash on that sound wall next to the freeway. Who's in charge of that?
I'm not sure I understand the location.
It's
along Ranch Drive.
Yeah, Ranch Drive, right.
That would be the city.
Okay, yeah. So if you can have, I guess Public Works is I guess Public Works is the one that's in charge. If they can look into that. You see so much trash because of the wind. It's going from I guess it's going from the north to the south.
The northwestern winds, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so those are my questions, and thanks for that feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Montano. Always an observant leader. I will look to the rest of the dais here. If there's any requests with the virtual hand, I will take a moment here. Mr. Erickson, I know we're going over a couple of things related to your department tonight. Maybe you can, I want for the community who's watching, essentially, what does this item mean when we are confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscaping and lighting here? How would you explain that to a resident tonight who's trying to understand what the possible approval of this resolution will really mean?
Thank you, Mayor. So there are 2 districts in the city. Again, the name are landscape lighting and maintenance assessment districts. They were set up by developers. And what this does is it provides assessment funding on the property tax bill for the properties within the district to fund the perpetual maintenance and repair of the improvements within those districts.
In terms of the fiscal impact, how does it benefit our city government?
Again, the property owners are paying a majority of the cost to maintain those improvements within that area. Without the maintenance district, the city would fund 100% of the cost of those improvements. So it is benefiting the city, and again, we're being paid, so to speak, for to maintain that landscaping and irrigation.
Oh, very well. Certainly love to hear that. Okay, I'll look to my colleagues, and if there's no further comments, looking for a motion to adopt. Oh, we do see a virtual hand. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I was just going to make the motion to adopt the resolution.
I second.
Okay, we had a motion by Councilmember Fan to adopt the resolution. I heard a second first from Councilmember Montano. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The motion is carried, and that adopt a resolution is approved. All right, let's keep moving here. I feel like these items come up maybe once or twice a year, and it's part of our city business to really approve these. And so I think it's really great when I open the agenda to see it on here. So item number 11, let's conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 98-1 Sinclair Horizon for fiscal year 2021. Back to you, Mr. Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. Next slide, please.
And these are great updates. Thank you.
So the city owns and maintains landscaping and a pedestrian trail improvement adjacent to Sinclair Frontage Road and Las Cochas Street that was constructed as part of the Sinclair Horizons residential development. The developer created a lighting maintenance assessment district, LLMD 98-1, to fund the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of district improvements. The administration and the annual assessment process for LMD 98-1 is governed by the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to initiate preparation of an annual engineer's report, which was completed March 3rd, 2020, and to approve the annual engineer's report and assessments, which was also completed on May 5th, 2020. And the item tonight would be to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming annual assessments and ordering the levy for the district. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the assessment or district area is shown in green and parallels the southern side of Las Cochas Street from approximately Berryessa Creek all the way around the corner where along Sinclair Frontage Road where it reaches the end of the subdivision. Also includes a triangular section there on the north side of the intersection of Las Cochas and Sinclair Frontage Road. Next slide, please. The district includes a total of 98 parcels. The total assessment for fiscal year 2021 is $45,894. The assessment rate is $468.31 per lot and does not exceed the maximum rate. Next slide, please. So the recommendation for the council is to open the public hearing, receive any comments, and move to close the public hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for landscape and lighting maintenance assessment district 98-1 Sinclair Horizons. And this concludes the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much once again. All right, let's look for a motion to open up the public hearing.
Move to
So
open
moved.
the public hearing.
Looking for a second.
Second.
We had a motion to open up the public hearing by Councilmember Montana. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, roll call of opening the public hearing. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now open. We'll go to our city clerk, Mary LaVille.
Hello
Any
again,
com-
Mayor. There are 2 public comments for this item. I'll read those to you now.
Yes, that's 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Perhaps 3 now. Okay, the first comment for you is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. I attended most, if not all, the subject topics. I did spoke up at the podium. I was agreeable to all. Next comes from Urvish Kumar Mehta with a PO box address in Milpitas. 2 city council members, I would request to consider proposal to convert lights near McCarthy Ranch to solar. Thanks, Urvish Mehta. There's an additional comment. It's from the first resident, Voltaire, so I'll read this comment.
Well, I think only 1 comment per person per item, kindly.
Yes,
Okay.
those are the total of comments too.
Oh, thank you so much. Looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion to close the public hearing by Vice Mayor Nunez. You have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
Aye.
and myself as an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now closed. We'll go to some testimony here on the council on the virtual dais. I think this is great. What a area to beautify, considering some of the kind of community feedback we get from kind of undesirable community feedback related to some undesirable sites in the area. And so I think this is a great item to really beautify the area and continue to take care of it. So if I don't see any further virtual hands, I do want to see if there's virtual hands. If not, maybe perhaps we will go ahead and go to Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Oh, nope, I don't have any. I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Well, perhaps we'll adopt the resolution now. Looking for a motion.
Motion to
So
approve.
moved.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
by Council Member Dominguez. You have a second by Council Member Fan. A virtual roll call. I might lose my voice tonight, but let's go ahead and give it a try. Council Member Fan.
Aye.
Council Member Montano.
Aye.
Council Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried and this resolution has been approved. And I know, Mr. Erickson, you're still, oh, actually, no. Thank you. That concludes the items under your leadership, Mr. Erickson. Moving on here to item number 12. Let's conduct our last public hearing for this evening and introduce uncodified ordinance number 305, establishing fees for ambulance and emergency medical services. And we have from our great fire department, Battalion Chief Maloon.
I'm here.
Welcome.
All right. We have the, here we go. There's our ambulance, almost ready to go in service.
Nice.
Nice.
Mhm.
Next slide, please. So background on the ambulance and the ordinance. The ambulance was purchased in May of 2018, delivered in September of 2019. Contract was established with our medical billing provider in November of 2019. And the city attorney's office advised us that we needed an ordinance in order to allow for the transport fees to be added to the city fee schedule and for us to actually bill for ambulance transport services. Next slide, please. Billing for ambulance transport is a common practice. All of the municipalities in the county of Santa Clara that currently provide ambulance transport services do bill for those services. And I think all in the state of California, but don't hold me to that. The fee amounts in the fee schedule are set by the County of Santa Clara Emergency Medical Services Agency. The standard transport fee is $1,710.12. The vast majority of these fees are billed to and paid by private insurance, Medi-Cal, or Medicare. Next slide, please. So the ordinance will establish the authority to charge the ambulance-related fees, approve the fee amounts, and allow staff to add the ambulance fees to the master fee schedule for next fiscal year. Next slide, please. Fiscal year 2020 proposed budget assumes $150,000 in revenue related to medical transports. Failure to adopt the ordinance would prevent the city from being able to bill for medical transport and result in that revenue loss. Next slide, please. So staff recommendations include to conduct a public hearing and move to close the hearing following comments. The city attorney shall read aloud the title of ordinance number 305 and then move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance 305 to establish ambulance and emergency medical services fees. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Battalion Chief. Certainly an item tonight that is very, very well, and it makes me happy. So we will first conduct a public hearing. So I'm looking for a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion up the public. We have a motion to open up the public hearing by Councilmember Dominguez. You have a second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor of opening the public hearing, a virtual roll call. We're going with Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Montano,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Oh, I heard the last part.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried and the public hearing is now open. We'll go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle, for any public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no public comments from either the voicemail recording nor the incoming email box.
Thank you very much for your continuous monitoring. I greatly appreciate it. With that being said, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Montana. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of closing the public hearing for this agenda item. Virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing is now closed. Let's go to some testimony here on the virtual dais. I see the virtual hands. Accordingly, first up here, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. First and foremost, thank you to all the staff. Thank you so much, Chief, for being on and making this happen. We're almost there. I'm so excited to see this to fruition and thank everybody who has worked on this. Thank you. The presentation was great. I appreciate all of the information as I'm still trying to learn how do we bill. And so one of my main questions, which doesn't pertain too much for the ordinance in itself, but I would like to have the information come back, is the way that we build Elmwood. So I know that has been a question for a while. And so I just would like to see that information come through, especially as we're moving into some really challenging times in our horizon. So if City Manager, if you could please just forward that information whenever it's available for us to review, I would greatly appreciate it. Again, thank you so much for all the work you guys are doing. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next up here, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. So let me lower my hand or I forget. I'm going to circle back to Elmwood. So first, where does the money go that we bill?
Where the money right now would go, I believe, into the general fund. Maybe Walter Rossman could answer that more accurately, but I think we have had some discussions with the finance department about other alternatives.
Well, okay.
Good evening, Walter Rossman, Finance Director. This is correct. Like other fees which we have, user fees, they go to the general fund.
So I know that we have talked in the past about some type of sinking fund to be established for replacement of that specialized equipment, not only for police and fire, but other departments. So is there a sinking fund established for this ambulance?
So yeah, what we do, we have an equipment replacement fund.
Okay.
And part of that, we project out how long the equipment will last. We amortize it out. We put an escalation factor in for cost increases. And every year, as part of the budget process, we actually reserve money in the sinking fund.
Okay. So is that going to come up at our June meeting in the budgeting process?
You actually see that, yeah, I can definitely discuss it if you're interested. And you see, I can show you in the budget document, we show that information.
Okay. Well, I for one would like to, if not there at some point, because I actually think that that's a very specialized piece of equipment, and those dollars, and no one's talked to me about what that department has asked for, but I think that they need to go back into that department because they have some very specialized needs. My second question is about staffing. Because I read the rest of the report, you gave a very slimmed down version of what was in the write-up. As I recall, the fee amount that you that's here, the $150,000, doesn't quite match what was in the report because it's really a standardized amount. Did I read that correctly? That the county sort of set the amount we were going to charge?
So the county sets the fees for ambulance transport, and we're bound by the contract that we have with the Emergency Medical Services Agency to those fees. In the agenda packet, there's a number of itemized fees also that are billed for specific equipment use and procedures, medications given, and things like that. All of that then is sent to our medical billing company, and the bill is generated there. The $150,000 is an amount. I hear I'm echoing. Am I still echoing?
Only when you talk.
Okay.
Carry on.
The $150,000 is just an estimate based on the number of transports that we anticipate and our collection rate.
Okay. Are you currently staffed? Because I understand this is the last part, right? The ordinance.
Close to the last part, yes.
Okay. So how soon after this is passed can we actually expect to see the ambulance on the road?
So we have 6 recruits in the fire academy that finished on Sunday. They'll begin their orientation this coming week with the crews, and then they will be placed on apparatus the following week. Those 6 were hired. They won't necessarily go directly onto the ambulance, but they were hired to allow us the staffing flexibility to staff the ambulance. So once they are online and they are accredited in Santa Clara County as paramedics, then we'll be able to start staffing the ambulance. We're anticipating possibly July 1. We are going to, in the meantime, use the ambulance as our mobile COVID testing unit. But after that, we'll probably move the testing unit over to a truck and place the ambulance in service at some point.
Okay. So you help me with this part. I do know that, and it's Elmwood. It's going to be about BART, and it's going to be about mutual aid. And I understand mutual aid where we go help other cities, other departments. I get that. Elmwood is, at least as I view Elmwood, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it really is, do those persons that work within the confines of Elmwood ever come out and provide mutual aid to the city of Milpitas?
The people that work at Elmwood would be law enforcement through the sheriff, their corrections officers. And I'm not aware that they provide any mutual aid assistance to PD, but that would be more of a PD function if they did.
Okay. So to fire, they don't.
Pardon me?
So to fire, they don't.
That's correct.
Okay. Are going to Elmwood, would there ever be a need to use the ambulance to go to Elmwood? Or is that always going to be a fire truck?
It's a possibility that the ambulance would go to Elmwood. Yes.
So would we charge them the fee, or would that be considered mutual aid?
No, that they would be, the county would then be billed. The county does reimburse American Medical Response, the current EMS provider for transport services. We probably wouldn't be transporting a lot though. So the ambulance responding to a call is one thing, and that's not billable. The only thing that is billable is if the ambulance actually transports, and there are very specific criteria established by the county and by our contract with the county to provide emergency medical service transport services that limit the number of times and the circumstances under which we might be able to transport.
So I understand, and I can't remember who explained it to me, that because of our distance, why we expect to be able to use our ambulance. even though we're so close to San Jose, it is how often they are in San Jose. The life expectancy of that truck is what? Do you know?
It's going to be dependent on the number of runs they run every year. So I would anticipate that they'll probably respond to approximately 2,000 calls a year right now. How many transports they do is another matter. Basically how long it takes it to get close to 100,000 miles. I'm guessing 5 years to maybe 7 years.
Okay. Was that ambulance used about, I think it was a week and a half ago, there were some exercises held at our station for BART. And our fire department got rave reviews. You should know that.
Oh, great.
That's really is about all they talked about. And so I felt excited. I just kept standing there smiling. But it was all about what you folks did in those exercises. Is this ambulance going to be used in if something happens at BART? Is that one of the pieces of equipment that would be used there?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. At some point, I would like to sort of talk through, because the number one of Elmwood, because we are not a traditional city that all we have is commercial and residential. Because of Elmwood, because of the BART station, and the things that go on there and the types of things that go on there, I think we need to make sure that we provide fire with the kinds of types of equipment that are needed in those emergencies. And Mayor, you probably know much more than I do about the kinds of things that could take place because you were involved in those briefings. But I want to make sure that fire and police have all the equipment they need in the event that some of those things take place as that were being described to me of late, just in case we need them. That's why as those dollars come back in that are being earned by that ambulance need to be looked at where they really do go, and any other specialized equipment that fire and police have. So I don't have any more questions, but once again, Milpitas Fire was looked on and talked about as being exemplary at that exercise. And I just want to pass that on because I had that, as my wife told me, that stupid grin on the whole day. And I refused to take it off. So it was all because of you folks. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Always good to hear that.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. That grin, I'll call it a grin. It's contagious. You know, it's really very much a smile, and so contagious. I want to. I know the Vice Mayor is a humble person. I want to, recognize him for his work on the VTA board, and where he's probably receiving a lot of feedback with the BART station. So kudos to you. And kudos to our Milpitas Fire Department, the best in the land, if I may say. So we'll continue here. Next up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So, Captain Maloon, if you can help me understand the relationship between the county AMS services. So from my understanding, all cities are required to contract with the county's ambulance services. So how does that affect the fact that we have an ambulance? Do we get reimbursed by the county, and does the county still, they still charge us? I think by law they have to, I guess only the legislature can change that. From my understanding, cities cannot have their own ambulance service. It has to be done through the county unless it gets changed by the legislature. So I'm just trying to understand how this is working out, where we're allowed to have our own ambulance, and then the cost. Do we still have to pay our fair share for the AMS services? And if we get a call and AMS services are being occupied, do we get reimbursed by the county? So I'm just trying to understand the relationship.
No, those are all good questions. It's could be a very long and complicated answer. So I'll try and I'll try and be as brief as I can. So the county has the responsibility, you're correct, from the state legislature to provide EMS services. And what they have normally done in the past is contracted with a private ambulance company. So they issue an RFP, they get bids, they get presentations, and they contract with a private ambulance company. The EMS agency then implements the fees and the criteria under which the ambulance company has to work, and for example, their response times, things of that sort. The cities then provide, most of the cities, with the exception of one city in the county, provide ALS first responder services. So those are our paramedics that are on the fire engines, have been there for quite a few years. We actually get money from the county for that. We don't pay them. The transport fees are paid by the people who are transported. So the city doesn't pay for that either. In fact, we generally generate revenue for providing the paramedic first response services. Now that revenue doesn't offset the costs necessarily to the city of providing those services, meaning the personnel costs to hire a firefighter paramedic on every single rig in the city. But it does help to offset the cost somewhat. What allows us to have an ambulance is that the contract stipulates that we are allowed to have one. Whether or not we're allowed to transport is another thing. And the EMS agency, again, sets this very specific criteria under which we're allowed to transport, meaning how long we've waited, how critical a patient is, all of those things. So that's kind of,
yeah, I've always since, I mean, we've been talking about this ambulance since 2014 when I was in the council before, and I've always felt that we were held hostage by the by the county, where cities cannot have their own ambulance services. But that's the way it goes unless the legislature changes that. But yeah, but I'm really glad that we have one, and that the previous council was elected to have this ambulance in, because if there's ever the earthquake that's supposed to be coming sometime, that ambulance is going to be a godsend to a lot of Milpitians. And we're one of the very fortunate cities in this region, in this county, to have an ambulance. It's we're making sure that we're prepared by having it, and also using it for the testing, for the COVID testing. So kudos to the council members that were there and the previous council that decided to move this concept forward. It's going to be a godsend for our residents. So thank you for the presentation. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to recommend to approve, unless someone else has other.
I'll take
question.
it from here. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All
Thank you
right.
very much, Councilor Montano. And yeah, so just I'll echo Councilor Montano. This ambulance is going to really save lives in more ways than one, as we know life to be here in 2020. And thankful for all that were involved to get to this point this evening. We're, I think, in my words, very blessed to have this opportunity to extend our public safety here in Milpitas. Tremendous growth in public safety over these last some years. Just really fantastic. And as I heard the Vice Mayor earlier, I share that I am getting excited too. I am looking for any further virtual hands. I want to allow the opportunity for any and all to chime in from the virtual dais. Okay. With that being said, I want to go to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. We'd be looking at this point for a motion, but the ordinance before you is ordinance number 305, an uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, establishing fees for ambulance and emergency medical services. And we'd be looking at this point for a motion to waive the reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 305.
So
So
move to
moved.
waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 305.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Fan. I heard him first here. We have a
I hear you.
second. I'm doing my best here. All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Fan. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. A virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried and the item is approved. Big thanks to our Milpitas Fire Department Battalion Chief Maloon for his leadership there, along with many others in the fire department that the list continues on, and we will certainly recognize all continuously as we move forward here in 2020. And we can all go out for now and share with our community residents, daytime population, businesses, Elmwood, folks over at VTA, the BART. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for being comprehensive. All that our city continues to offer during this time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Battalion Chief Malone. Okay, very well. All right, next up here was item number 15. As you know, we moved it up. Approve employment agreement with Stephen McHarris to serve as city manager and provide direction to staff to make minor modifications to the unrepresented employee benefit handbook. And according to the agenda, we'll first go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Honorable Council, Christopher Diaz, your city attorney. It's my great pleasure to introduce and discuss this item with you tonight. But we do have a PowerPoint that should be coming up. Perfect. So it's a great pleasure I get to produce present to you item 15 rather. This is approved employment agreement with Stephen McHarris to serve as city manager. Next slide. So just an overview of what we'll cover tonight, and it is a brief presentation, but I did want to discuss Government Code Section 54953, which is part of the Brown Act in our compliance tonight and why we're presenting this item tonight. I did want to cover Steve's history with the city. He's had a long history with the city in different departments and overseeing different departments as our deputy city manager and now our city manager. And then finally, I wanted to talk about the employment agreement. So why are we presenting this tonight? The Brown Act mandates it. It does specify that when we talk about salary schedules, compensation for any local agency executive, which would be any department head or our city manager, that if there is a contractual arrangement where there's compensation provided, that we present that to you and that we orally disclose those amounts so that the council, the public, and everybody is able to hear what those numbers are. Next slide. So I wanted to note this. This is a full slide because Steve has had a long history with the city. And I wanted to cover some of those points and what he's done for the city and why you are here tonight to approve that employment agreement. He's been planning director from roughly October 2012 to April 2015, serving the city obviously on planning services for the development community. He returned to us as deputy city manager in June of 2018 and stayed in that position for a full year duration when you tapped him essentially to step up to serve as interim city manager, which occurred on June 4th of 2019, just about a year ago. In those capacities, Steve oversaw planning and neighborhood services as planning director. As deputy city manager, he did oversee planning, building safety and housing, and economic development, as well as related inspection activities and development services in engineering and fire department in regards to land engineering. And then since June, he's obviously served us as our city manager, managing all departments and watching the city and dealing with the city and seeing it through, I think, are unprecedented times in terms of the pandemic and COVID-19. Speaking to the employment agreement itself, which is in your agenda packet, upon execution, it will run for a 2-year duration until June 3rd of 2022. The base salary within the contract is $334,367.35. The benefits provided to Steve, Mr. McHarris, as our city manager, are the standard benefits provided to all other executive level employees at the city, with some unique differences. Two of those are deferred compensation plans, essentially, with the 457 deferred compensation plan, as well as a 401A defined contribution plan, both at 5%. And then also professional development opportunities built within the agreement. If you add all of that up, obviously including the standard benefits that every other city gets, or city employee gets rather, that total is $547,117.97. Finally, the agreement provides for at-will employment, but if at any time, if council wants to go a different direction, it does provide for 9 months of severance if termination is without cause. So staff recommends that the council approve the employment agreement and also direct staff to include clear language in the unrepresented employee benefit handbook to allow the council at your discretion to approve different benefits for the city manager through an employment agreement. And what that latter language would look like, it would literally be a sentence included in the handbook that says some of the city manager's benefits may be different. Please see the employment agreement. But again, city council always retains discretion. On a personal note, I just wanted to note that it's a pleasure to work with Steve. I think both of us come from ideals that we want to see good government in action. And so it's nice to be able to work with somebody hand in hand that has those kind of principles and values in terms of what we do here at the city. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have about the agreement.
Thank you very much, Chris. What a shining evening and the special agenda that I know I will remember for many years to come. The city manager position is one held by every, I can speak for General Law City and charter cities as well, throughout our state of California. And the city manager position is one of the most challenging positions in public service across all types of public institutions. And this evening, I am very proud that our city and city council will look to support Mr. Stephen McHarris. It is of many matters, one being meritocracy. And when you look at Mr. McHarris's background, he's risen through his exemplary leadership in all the roles that he's had with Milpitas and with other institutions as well over the past multiple decades. I remember when Steve came back to the city during recent years, and he has always been one that has been steady and one that has always considered others and one that was open to new ideas and action. Steve, I must say, is the first city manager where I feel, and this is me, has been really all aboard. And folks have been all aboard with Mr. McHarris. And I think that's a big difference for me when folks talk about the different city managers that have come to Milpitas, as we have really worked through a path that we had to move through, and we did that very successfully. Mr. McHarris, to me, is a symbol of a city government and a community that has really developed over recent times to ensure that we are a city government that the residents can and will and are proud of, including myself. We are now in Silicon Valley. I remember growing up here as a youngster and going out to McCarthy Ranch and hanging out in the fields, having hangouts with my peers. And Now that we're in 2020, I really think about all the activities that are happening in town, and we've spoken of it tonight, from all the things that need to be managed from the city purview, such as Elmwood and the BART station and the Great Mall of the Bay Area, the largest outlet mall in Northern California with over 220 shops, countless businesses, and a diverse community of residents, over half being foreign born. What delights me is our city budget, one that we'll be approving shortly here, one that we're working through, the proposed budget. And this year it's a unique one in that it's not one that we expected, as with every other city in the world. But if you look at from at least when I took office, which I can note, our budget has grown in the tens of millions of dollars. And we certainly want to acquire and retain a city manager that will continue to use their expertise to push forward our city revenues so that we can continue to provide ambulances and fire engines and public infrastructure and services that our residents so richly deserve. And I know that when we get past this pandemic, our recovery and our rebound economically, hopefully sooner than later, which I strongly believe, as our society and our nation has came out of every pandemic we've had over the last century stronger, in the most impressive ways. I think we're going to be the city that we have been working on for years. And the city manager that I will support tonight is Mr. Stephen McHarris. He has brought, from a personal perspective, a great level of calm, steadiness throughout this time period. I want to reflect also on the last year. I want to talk about meritocracy, and having that interim title is an experience in itself. I've seen interim city managers serve our city, and it's not an easy task to really lead a city as a non-permanent city manager. And I know that his time spent as an interim, which was following his time as a deputy city manager, will be of great value as he moves forward, and the attraction in his optimal leadership performance will begin to shine as a permanent city manager. And so this decision is one that I have great heart and faith in as our city moves forward. I will be here for the rest of my life, and I will always be supporting persons that will give really every second of the day to our community, our city staff, and our city council. And folks here in town, anybody who's watching, employees, residents, business persons, etc., understand that I believe in faith and professionalism, and I think that's what we have in Mr. McHarris. And so it feels great to finally have this item here before us tonight, and I will look to my colleagues for any further comment on the item. Okay, first with the virtual hand, we have Councilmember Afan.
Thank you. I will say that this is an item that is a long time coming. I think it comes full circle to a lot of city employees. They look up to you, Steve, and they are going to continue to look up to you. And I think that that is a distinction amongst leadership that this city has not yet seen yet to the level that we are seeing today. So I, as one member of the council, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree, but I have complete confidence that you're going to be able to lead the city as we move forward into recovery, and as we move beyond that to our continued success. So that said, I just want to say I'm really proud of you, and I think that amongst a lot of your colleagues, you probably don't know this, but you're known as the comeback kid. I know that's interesting for me to say that as a relatively young person, but you really make the city stand out, and you're very well respected amongst your counterparts in other cities as well. So I just wanted you to hear that personally.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. We'll continue on here with the virtual raised hands. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. As a member who's entering their second year as a newly elected member, Steve, I just want to let you know that it has been an honor and a pleasure to have you as one of the city managers in the city that I have seen the city grow, and you exemplify in simple exactly what hard work, tenacity, honesty, and just working with your heart really symbolizes to many of us, including myself. I know that I work in the city of San Jose, and there's not one day that I go to work without hearing you have an amazing city manager. And so I know that you're respected among the peers in Milpitas, among your peers in this region. I am so excited to see this item come before us, because I do believe that you have done something that a lot of city managers can't do. And that's really pivoting and changing a culture. And here in Milpitas, I always say we team community, and we're a village. And I know as a single mother who has had to pivot many times and has had to rely on this village to grow, not only as a mom, but as a person, and now as a member, I am more excited than ever to grow and learn from you, because as someone that I still consider myself fairly young, I know there's others that are younger, but I do believe that we are all growing together, and the experience that I have seen in staff and really blossom into pivoting and really giving their all from 3 a.m. in the morning till literally the time they wake up and breathe. I don't know when they rest. I don't think they do. But I always believe that leadership begins at the top. And it begins with you, Steve. And you are infiltrating that leadership, not only to your staff, but to this council. And so for that, I thank you. And I hope that those who are watching at home understand that this is a historic moment in Milpitas where culture is changing. And that is the hardest thing to do as leaders here, because we're all stuck in our ways sometimes. But I do believe that with the leadership that we have before us, things are going to change, and they're already changing. And in the middle of this pandemic, he's continuing to work every single day. And so thank you so much, Steve, from the bottom of my heart. I am so excited to have you as without that interim. And thank you so much, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next with the virtual hand, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
So let me lower my hand now so I don't forget. So I couldn't tell if we were hiring you, Steve, or you were retiring. listening to what was being said. I think everything that was being said, I'm hoping you tape it. I hope you're taping it now, because in 3 and 4 months, when the 5 of us are coming at you on one item that none of us see exactly the same way, you're going to wonder what happened to the 5 of us tonight, that you said, wait a minute, that's not how I remembered it. I think at the end of the day, at the end of each day, if you help this team move it forward, if you helped staff move it forward, and you get up the next day smiling, eager to still get back, that just means you're doing the right job in the right place. It's not always going to be fun. It's not always going to be exciting. It is always going to be challenging. And I think that's something to look forward to. The fact that we are a changing city. We have not only challenges with what we expect from each other at the council level, but the community itself is changing. The dynamics within those that want to just see it as a bedroom community versus those that want to see it as a commercial entity, and the ability to listen to everyone and then put that together so that everybody can see their piece in there, so they know they were heard. I think that's what people are looking for and hoping that's what they see in you. That's what I see in you. And I think for us, it's time to get ourselves together as a true team between staff, the community, the electeds. And what we need is somebody that understands how to bring all of us together, come out with a solution that we all buy into, and then keep moving us forward, understanding that the very next day, they're going to do it again and again and again. And actually, that's very exciting. I believe you are the man up for that challenge. So good luck. You have 5 persons here that are willing to participate in that. Yes, sometimes we bump into each other, but I don't know any city council that doesn't. I don't know any family that doesn't. Welcome to this family. It's unique only in that we live in Milpitas. So I'm looking forward to what we can do to help every individual. I don't care how long they've lived here. I don't care where they work. The fact that they're here means that they're part of this family and we're supposed to help them. And now you're going to help with that in a much broader sense, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you for being part of this.
Very well. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. And I do want to continue here on the virtual dais and hear from all members as requested. I do see a virtual hand. Councilmember Fan, back to you.
Yes, I believe I'm just interpreting some of the words Vice Mayor Nunez says. I believe what he was trying to say, Steve, that is that sometimes we may have our difficult times, and we may appear to be difficult, but under your leadership, we will always be better than Millbrae.
Okay, all right, folks. Okay, no, all right. Now, Councilor Montano, are you still on the line?
Oh, sorry,
sure.
I went to the restroom.
I didn't forget about you now.
Yeah, I look forward to Steve's leadership, and I know he's growing, he's changing, and as long as it's for the community and we'll be fine. So congratulations. I'm looking forward to working with you. You're going to take our city to higher heights, if you will. So great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. At this time, I'd like for us to make the motion to approve this item, as long as provide direction to staff to make those minor modifications before we go to Mr. McHarris. Would request to hear from him following the approval. But before we go to the motion, I do want to mention quickly that we must go to public comment. Let's go to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 2 public comments on this item. I'll read those for you now. The first one is from Urvish Kumar Mehta, PO Box address in Milpitas, to City Council members and City Manager. I would like to congratulate to City Manager and convey that his further endeavor be helpful to City of Milpitas and citizens. Thanks, Urvish Mehta. Next comment on this item is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street, Milpitas. Congratulations. It's not interim, but fully employed and installed now. I wish your good, better to best service. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate it once again. And that's it for public comments. I do want to take a moment before we go to the motion to really thank the City Council for supporting our city staff. Even at different levels and different departments, I've seen action by this council to really, you want to go back to the word meritocracy. And this city council has shown very much how much they support and how much we support every employee, whether it's with collective bargaining or compaction and ensuring that our retention is there. And I think folks throughout the organization do understand that. And so this agenda item 15 is really another extension of our commitment to our organization from the City Council, which I'm very pleased to serve alongside in regards to matters like these. So with that being said, let's go to the looking for a motion to approve the employment agreement with Stephen McHarris to serve as city manager and provide direction to staff to make minor modifications to the unrepresented employee benefit handbook.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. We will start with Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried and item number 15 is approved. With that being approved, let's go to our city manager, Stephen McHarris.
Well, thank you. I want to thank Christopher Diaz, our city attorney, for that nice presentation. And with that, I'm addressing all of you council members, Mayor Rich Tran, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, council members Anthony Fan, Carmen Montano, Karina Dominguez. I thank each of you for your kind words of support and appreciation. And I thank my wife, Patricia, for her support. Trust me, nothing's happening without her on board. So tonight, it's not just about me. It's about reaffirming our collective support and appreciation to the city workforce and the Milpitas community in which we serve. The success of our city administration is not possible without the leadership across our entire organization. While I thank our department employees and union leadership for their trust, faith, and confidence in me, I especially would like to recognize our city administrators. We have an exceptional team that has, especially over the past 2.5 months, performed in the most remarkable ways. I do not believe it's possible to put into words the sacrifices and hard work faced by our city management team. Delivering city services is an inspiring but demanding responsibility, under the best of times, delivering an entirely new set of existing and many brand new services during the pandemic is a once in a career, never ending, energy drawing experience. Our managers and many employees are working 7 days a week to serve this community. They are drained and they are exhausted. I see it in their faces every day, albeit mostly via these Zoom conferences that we have every day. I would like each one of them to know they are my heroes and have my deep, deep personal appreciation for all they've done and are continuing to accomplish. So now on to a few more uplifting thoughts. In 2018, you welcomed me back to Milpitas as your deputy city manager. That first year was an exercise in team building, organizational assessment, and streamlining of many of our internal processes. In 2019, you asked me to serve as your interim city manager. At that time, you were clear this would be a trial run for each of us by adopting a partnership philosophy. In other words, we agreed to watch out for each other. I'm here before you in 2020, reaffirming my commitment in that partnership. I want to publicly express my gratitude and my appreciation, not only for the opportunity, but for the confidence you have in me. These are difficult and challenging times for Milpitas, in which we are committed to seeing the city through the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we continue to weather the storm. Despite financial setbacks, our staff continues to give their best in upholding the community's values, goals, vision, and passion for a vibrant, diverse, compassionate, sustainable, forward-thinking Milpitas. I'm inspired by how quickly we have changed course in the face of the pandemic. We adapt our local governance, municipal services, and how we take bold steps towards tackling local and regional real-life issues head-on. We welcome change and press forward in leading the region by example. We demonstrate what I observe as Milpitas courage in addressing the housing crisis and homelessness through policy development, stronger service provider partnerships, and improved collaboration with the Milpitas Unified School District. We're reducing vehicle miles traveled and connecting housing and employment through our transit area and corridor planning. We keep our neighborhoods, commercial centers, entertainment, and leisure areas safe and clean. We rapidly employ technology in ways that allow our services to continue and improve. Where other public agencies are struggling financially during the COVID pandemic, we continue to balance our budgets. We stay strong and seek ways to improve our organization through expertise, know-how, and innovation. This is truly a remarkable organization. So as your city manager, I'm proud to say that together we are making our mark in the Silicon Valley, and the Valley is taking notice. I'm often asked what I find most exciting about this being a city manager. Each time I find myself responding, it's about the community we serve. That's how I see it. For those of us on the Milpitas team, whether you're elected, appointed, volunteer, or employee, as your city manager, I am honored to work with each of you. And I sincerely thank you, as I believe there's no greater life than public service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Very touching words. And in the spirit of public service, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Under Community Development, item number 13, let's receive a report on the Community Identification and Brand Study Phase 1 and provide direction on scope and implementation of the study, which is Phase 2. And here to present our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm going to get started with the presentation, and we also have our consultants from Articulate Solutions that will be doing part of the presentation with me. So next slide, please. So this is a brief agenda. I'll provide a little bit of background on this study. As I said, the consultant will be presenting the study, and we'll talk about next steps and look for some feedback and direction from council. Next slide, please. So as the council is well aware, Milpitas has been experiencing tremendous growth and has been recently ranked as the second fastest growing city in the state and the 8th fastest growing city in the nation. This fast pace of growth is significantly changing the city's spatial and demographic landscape. It is an exciting time as new projects get built and over 7,000 housing units come online, new jobs are created, and BART and the new transit center become operational, and BART very soon actually, and they enhance our already great connectivity to the rest of the Bay Area. However, it's also a transformational time as the city welcomes new members to the community while nurturing those who have resided here for decades. And the city also adjusts to new traffic patterns and community needs. So this unique time in the city will be reflected in several visioning and strategic efforts underway, such as a new economic development strategy that the council adopted on May 5th, a recreation and parks master plan, a trail, bike, and pedestrian master plan, and major updates to the city's general plan, transit area specific plan, and midtown specific plan. So these long-term planning efforts and placemaking initiatives underway will shape the city's future for many decades to come, and it is an opportune time to modernize and strengthen the city's brand. So in fact, the economic development strategy that you heard that was presented to you at the last council meeting on May 5th, strategy 34 was specifically about creating a strong brand. And there were several other strategies for business attraction and retention, such as placemaking, attracting certain target sectors, which were also strongly connected to the city's brand and message. So in 2019, the city engaged the firm Articulate Solutions to conduct a community identification and brand study. And the purpose of this study was to understand the unique attributes and impressions of the city as seen through the lens of various groups during this transformational time, and to also develop a strong and modernized brand to attract economic development, guide placemaking in the city, and complement several other long-term planning initiatives and the implementation. And the scope of the study was actually to be accomplished in 2 phases. Phase 1 was completed in February 2020, prior to COVID-19 pandemic. And that included a needs assessment, historical research, community engagement, and findings about the current marks and unique attributes. We had hoped to discuss this along with the economic development strategy, so we had waited for a couple of months. Unfortunately, we ran out of time on May 5th, but hopefully you will see the strong connection to that as well as to other initiatives that are underway. So I will introduce the consultants we have from Articulate Solutions and then hand it over to Julie Jackson. So we have Catherine Felice from Articulate Solutions, Julie Jackson, who will be doing the presentation, and we'll have Jason Rabi also from the firm. And I will, if you can take me to the next slide and have Julie Jackson start the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Julie Jackson. Thank you, Ashwini, for the introduction. And thank you, everyone, for having us here tonight. I'm with Catherine and Jason. We are Articulate Solutions, and we're going to give you a brief overview of the community identification and brand study that we have been working on over the last year or so. You should have a copy of the full report, and we're just going to kind of hit some highlights. Go to the next slide. I just wanted to start off by briefly talking about this idea of a brand and what it is and why it's important for cities. This is not a logo. A logo is part of a brand, but overall, a brand is really the feeling that people get when they think of your community. And having a strong and fresh and modern brand is just as important for a city as it is for a business because of what it does for you. It tells people who you are and what makes you unique. It increases awareness, and it can create a positive and memorable impression. And when you have that strong brand, there's a lot of benefits that go along with that. It allows you to share your values and show what you stand for. It gives community pride and a feeling of affiliation, and it can stimulate growth by attracting more people to live and work and play and invest in Milpitas. And that's what was reflected in the economic development strategic plan that was presented at the last meeting, and they concluded as in strategy that Milpitas needs a strong brand to move forward with that strategic plan. And one thing I just wanted to note too that's very important is that a brand really needs to be genuine. It needs to reflect who or what you actually are. And that's why we do all this research. That's why we go into in depth, so that we can have that understanding of what the community really is, so that we can create a brand that aligns with that and feels genuine. The examples that we show on this slide here show a little bit of a sneak peek of some work that our designers have been working on already with the city of Milpitas. We've been working with Walter and the finance team on the budget book, which is a 300+ page document that was recently completed, and gives you a little foreshadowing of what could come in phase 2. And if you can go to the next slide. Here, I just wanted to give a quick overview of the process itself, what we did as part of this brand study. In general, our job is to learn and to really focus on the positive aspects of the community. We're not comparing pros and cons and strengths and weaknesses. We just wanted to hear the good stuff, which makes it a fun job. And we kicked it all off with a grand tour of the city. And
Julie, we're having issues with your audio.
Oh, I didn't change anything. Anybody hear me?
Yes, you're fine. Go
You can hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, I didn't change anything, so I'll keep going, but let me know if it cuts out again. Okay, so we took a city tour. We also met with the city communications group to kind of kick it off and explain what we would be doing. And then we had a series of interviews with small groups of city leaders representing almost all of the departments, I believe. And those were really just kind of casual conversations. We had a list of questions and ran through them, but we really, again, just wanted to listen and learn and have people tell us what it is that makes Milpitas special and unique. There had been already a kind of big community survey that was done early in 2019 before we started our project. So we used the results from that as part of our research. And then we conducted some other online surveys through Open Town Hall, I think it was called, with the residents and businesses, just to gather even more data and more input. We were part of a community meeting in conjunction with economic development, where we got to meet one-on-one with residents and talk to them and get their input. And then we did some other research on our own. We read books and articles, watched videos. We looked at what the city of Milpitas is using now in terms of its city seal and branding, and look at all the different communication pieces. And we also looked at other cities within Silicon Valley and the San Francisco Bay Area and what their brand looks like. And we were working mostly with the PIO at the time, who I believe might have shared or should have shared the draft report with City Council. That report is now complete and is attached to the minutes of this meeting, or the agenda for this meeting. So you can look at it in great detail. But on the next slide, I will take you through we learned a lot through this process. And you can read through the full report for all the details, but tonight we just wanted to hit kind of the high points. And so I'm going to share 5 key takeaways for what we learned and what we would want to include as we look at developing a brand for Milpitas. And the first is this one, diversity. When we asked people to choose from a list of about 50 different brand archetypes, diversity was the #1 word that was chosen. And that's clearly because Milpitas is a very diverse community, not just racially diverse, but culturally, religions, ages, backgrounds, restaurants. We heard a lot about the restaurants. So that diversity is not in itself unique to the Bay Area or to Silicon Valley. But what we did learn from talking to people is that in Milpitas, there aren't really silos. The different groups come together in ways that are really unique and special. And that integration and inclusiveness have really been part of Milpitas from the very beginning. So that was something that we learned. The second thing that we learned is well, friendly. This was the second word that was chosen by most people to describe Milpitas. And this is something we honestly got to experience firsthand. Everybody that we met with, that we spoke with, was down to earth, welcoming, friendly. Honestly, we've seen it in your city council meetings as well. You guys seem nice, you're friendly. People seem genuinely excited to share the good things that are going on in Milpitas. And so that's also something that's important to have reflected in the brand. Okay, and then the third thing is something that is quite unique to Milpitas. You guys have such a great central location. You're part of Silicon Valley, but you're also very close to San Francisco Bay Area and the East Bay, the South Bay. Historically, Main Street in Milpitas was the connection between Oakland and San Jose. And today you're between all these freeways. You sit between two major cities, San Jose and Fremont. And now you've got this new BART extension coming that is going to connect the South Bay with the San Francisco Bay and the East Bay in an entirely new way. So we think of Milpitas as a place where people literally and figuratively come together. And we think that's a very important part of your brand. And then go to the next slide. And we'll keep going. There's two more things that we learned. One is which it's a very exciting time for Milpitas. And as Ashwini said, we did wrap up our research phase before COVID-19. And that has obviously disrupted everything in Milpitas and around the world. But as we look towards a recovery, things to be positive about are Milpitas has a really strong tech and R&D and advanced manufacturing economy. You have that new BART extension, which is opening, and I personally am very excited about that. My daughter goes to Berkeley. We live in San Jose. The timing is great. The transit village, you've got new housing, you've got job growth, you've got business development. Now is the time to build that foundation. Okay, with a strong brand, you establish that now, and that gives you continuity throughout the growth and the change that are coming. And then finally, the last one, if you can click ahead, is history. We are all very excited for what the future holds, but we need to remember where Milpitas came from and be respectful of that. So we want to be aware and sensitive of cultural touchstones that resonate in different ways for different members of your community. And that's something that we learned about, and we go into a little bit more detail in the full report, but it is something that needs to be part of the brand as we move forward. So that kind of wraps up what we learned in phase one, which was the brand study. Phase two is to move forward with developing and formalizing and implementing a brand. Now, the ideas that we present here are just a starting place. If we do decide to move forward with this work, we would really be looking at all of the city communications. We'd work with city staff and the economic development team to identify what projects have the most value and would provide the most engagement. But most likely, we would start off by developing what we call a new community mark. And if you can go ahead and click to show, what we see now is you have a city seal, and that is what is used in various ways for official city business, but there's a lack of consistency in how it's used. There aren't really clear guidelines. And it's somewhat limiting because it is such a formal symbol. If you click to the next one, what we would propose doing instead is developing a new community mark or a logo. And many other local cities have these, and we just pulled a few examples to look at as reference. Now, we're not going to touch the city seal. That can still be used for official city business, but the new community mark gives you a chance to use something that's a little warmer, a little friendlier, more engaging and more unique, and you can use it as more of a marketing tool, kind of. Having a good solid mark like this can build community affiliation and pride. It can drive economic business growth and economic development, and it just creates a more welcoming feel, and it's just a little bit less formal. As we move forward and we do develop this mark, we would also guidelines when you use the city seal, when you use the community mark, we have colors and fonts and brand elements like that to sort of rein everything in and have some consistency in all of your materials. And like I say, we have our one team. And then another idea that has come up in the course of our conversations, if you go to the next slide, is that we, from the very beginning, actually, the tour that we took with Ned and Renee, we could see that there's a need for consistent city signage. You can go ahead and click. What there is now is not consistent and is not necessarily aligned to the brand of Milpitas. A lot of people from out of town, to be honest, don't know where Milpitas starts and where it ends. And it's hard.
You're breaking up.
Julia, break.
If
Maybe.
you can go back 15 seconds.
Yeah.
We were having some audio issues, but if you could rewind
Okay.
us 15 seconds, please.
Okay.
To what you were
so-
saying, yes.
All right, we're just talking about signage. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes, please.
I'm a little closer to my mic. Okay.
Yeah.
Just that right now what you have is not consistent. At different entry points to the city, there's different kinds of signs. And so that was one thing that Ned and Renee on our city tour were really pointing out to us, that they would like to have more consistent signage. And so if you go ahead and click to the next slide, this just shows you some examples of other kinds of city signage that Articulate Solutions has worked on. What this does for you is it creates a sense of place and arrival, and it helps to define the boundaries of your city and make it clear when people arrive in Milpitas, they know that they've gotten there. Having these kind of signs, it's surprising the impact that it can have. It really does boost community pride. It makes visitors feel welcome and safe. And it can drive business development because it creates this feeling that you've arrived in a place that is an economic hub and a strong community. So this project may entail what we call gateway signage, which is signage that's placed at key entry points into the city of Milpitas, and also wayfinding signage like you see in the middle example there, which kind of just directs people to other landmarks or neighborhoods or areas of town, just to kind of encourage people to stay and discover what there is in Milpitas. Okay, so that's one project that might be part of phase 2. And then if you go to the next slide, there's just one more, which is the website. And this is something we heard from a lot of our stakeholder interviews. The website obviously is a very important tool for engaging with all of your constituents, residents, businesses, developers, potential developers, all of those things. So, and the website right now has a lot of very solid information. It's a very useful tool, but it isn't necessarily aligned with your brand. There isn't really a clear style or voice to it. It doesn't reflect the diversity and the friendliness and all those things that we talked about. So while we understand there probably isn't a budget for a complete website overhaul, and that probably isn't what's needed, there are opportunities to do some visual improvement that would align with the new brand. And so that is something that we might consider exploring as part of phase 2. And so that is what I have to present to you as far as an overview of phase 1 and maybe a little peek ahead at what might land ahead of us for phase 2. And I think we have time for questions if you have any. And thank you very much. We really enjoyed learning about Milpitas, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Oh, thank you so much, Julie. And we always give a big Milpitas welcome to our guests, and certainly the time that you've spent here in town. We continue to welcome you and your efforts to really bring a new, really a revised even a brand to Milpitas. I'm certainly happy to see you and your presentation this evening, as well as the agenda item. It's very apparent that our brand really reflects our history over the decades, and the uniformity is certainly not completely all there. Admittedly, as one person in this city, I have great value for what you are going to bring to Milpitas. Branding is certainly a concept that can have very deep and long impacts on any organization, whether it be a university, which we see as their institutions. They are institutions that sometimes are 100 or 200 years, and you see universities invest in their brand. You see companies, obviously, corporations invest in their brand, and it's certainly critical for any organization to have a serious application of branding. And I appreciate your work in phase one. Certainly, those are takeaways that reflect the community, and your presentation on phase two, and just sort of showing us the hints of the possibilities and opportunities that are available. And so I very much receive your report very warmly. It was articulated very well, and I'm just looking forward to seeing more. Seeing the branding from our regional cities, the South Bay cities, shows the potential that we have, and other cities that you've displayed certainly have very formidable branding. And so I know that there's a lot more work as you present your phases and your steps and your stages, and you're really showing the early stages of the process. And so I continue to have faith in you, your firm, and our city staff to carry us forward with more information. I know that as I conclude my remarks, branding is a tricky thing. It is a fine line, and we've seen branding fail in other places, or highly criticized. But I know that this is a effort that we must, I believe, undertake so that we can really maximize our city's brand. And so those are my remarks for this evening. And I will now continue the welcome and go to the next council member here with the virtual raised hand. Council Member Fan.
Yes, thank you. Branding can be very difficult, especially for horses, cattle, and other livestock. But you know, we're never one to shy away from a challenge, and so I you know, do think it's time for us to sort of recreate Milpitas's image, what you know, we want to be seen as to the rest of the region. And I have a number of questions for the consultant. Let's begin with, so for phase one, what exactly was the scope of service for your firm for phase one?
Well, it was basically to do the branding study, that I just, and all of the interviews, the research, and then the preparation of the summary report, which is a longer document that is attached. And that's all. So basically the study that lays the groundwork for developing the community market and other branding.
So the branding concepts, that's not included in that first phase?
No. That's phase two.
Okay. So my takeaway is then that you did this study, and you come back with the conclusion that we need a new brand, more or less. Is that accurate? Would that be an accurate description?
Yes, I think Catherine Felice is going to jump in.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you can't see me. Let me see if I can try that. Hi,
Okay.
Here I am. The actual original scope of work was to do the branding study and then identify the opportunities for the second phase. And all of that was funded. So we did the study, and a lot of times we'll go into a company or a city or an organization and the brand tenants are already there. And we don't, they might not need a community mark per se. So we do the study. The bigger idea of the study is for us to listen and learn and to really sort of dig deep on what a community brings to the table in terms of their attributes. So it's important work, although it seems like, we're presenting you something, you still have to ask the question, who are we? And so doing that work, I think, makes the next step much more successful. We've heard the community, we've met with all the stakeholders. So when we go ahead to the next phase and design gateway signage or community market, it's a lot faster and it's a lot more on point. And as the mayor very carefully noted, branding can go wrong very quickly. And doing this study and this pre-work as an agency, it allows us to understand your voice and do a better job when we come back with the creative. But the original contract for us included the phase 2 work.
Okay, so we paid you for phase 1 and phase 2 then?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So you did phase 1 and phase 2 then? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I still can't hear you.
It's breaking up.
Councilmember Fan, your audio is a little choppy.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear
please,
me now?
please, Councilmember Fan, yes.
Yeah. We've already paid for phase 1 and phase 2. Is that correct?
We haven't built. We've only billed the phase 1 portion.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Fan, we are before you today to talk about whether we should move to phase 2. It is encumbered, it's funded, but we have not authorized phase 2.
Okay, I see. And how much of a fiscal impact is phase 2?
It's approximately $60,000 that are already encumbered. So no additional money needed, but that is one of the project alternatives we've laid out given the situation we are in.
Okay. And that's general fund?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think, well, one more, I guess. How much did we pay for what was done so far?
Approximately 20,000, a little over 20.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's important work. Certainly, I don't, disagree or doubt that at all, or even the quality of the work. My reservation is this, and it really just goes down to the essentialness of it. As we are moving forward with the budget, as we are trying to decide, what's essential, what's not, what we really need to prioritize just during this time, and looking ahead, with the looming economic recession, it's difficult for me to want to prioritize this right now. I just think in the hierarchy, of, prioritizing, do we need to cut things? Are we going to have to lay off people? Are we going to have to furlough employees? It's hard for me, in good conscience to move forward with this. So that would just be my primary reluctance. I certainly see the value long term, and I certainly see this coming back in the future if we don't move forward right now. But just in terms of prioritizations, I just don't think now is the good time for this particular fiscal year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I will continue on here with the virtual raised hands. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. So if you could, so I won't go all the way back because I had some questions about the process and how you got there. Some of the ideas I saw, I've heard at some of our commission meetings about signage and things of that sort. But ultimately, if you're still there, Walter. Are you still there?
We're going to our Director of Finance, Mr. Walter Rossman. He's syncing his technology here. I know he has an audio stream.
Oh, okay. So maybe you can listen as you're hooking everything up.
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, good. Thank you. So in the figures you showed us, should I understand then that the $60,000 is already in the budget?
So the funds have been encumbered in the contract, so they're sort of in the budget. That's correct.
And generally, is there a number that you could give me of how many contracts and how many dollars there would be that we could look at that are just like this issue right now?
So it's part of year-end closing. Number one, what we do in finance is we look at all the encumbrances and then the activity in those contracts. Then we basically contact our departments and we say to them, you still need this money or you don't? And we start closing out contracts. It's a process we do annually anyway. And we do this in order to increase fund balance and reserve levels. So could there be other contracts which still have activity going on? There could be, and if there's activity, ongoing payments off the contract, we don't look at those. But ones which have been silent for a while, we do look at those.
Or those that are new portions are into the next year and no work has been authorized yet, like this one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to look at it more globally if I could. I think the work is important. I think that there's a number of times you want to take a look at how you're represented in the community, in the business community, in the general community and such. So I understand the need to do it. I do agree with Councilman Fan that right now, if you were to ask me, is a better use for these dollars to be put towards small businesses? Take that $60,000 and put them in small businesses and or the housing subcommittee for use toward those persons that need help with their rent. Or this, I would say we could push this off, and I would look at putting those dollars to helping somebody keep their business going so that they could make use of this rebranding of the city, or that somebody would have a place to put their head tonight. So the work I don't question at all. I think it's important work, and you're coming up with things that I think we need to be aware of so that we can actually pivot to those things that would draw or improve our economic development. I would hope, though, that we would hear more than just at the very end of it all. I think council really too many times are left out and are brought the end product when I'd like to think that someone would ask us early on, and then maybe at a midpoint say, here's where we're at, and then at the end bring us a finished product. But right now, 60,000 I think is just your contract. I think there's probably others within that budget that we could look at, ask the same question, and see if in fact we want to spend those dollars in that fashion or put them someplace else. And I think that's a question, Walter, I'd like to be able to pose at our first meeting in June, because I have not seen the economy improve since our last meeting. And I think the council needs to take a little more active involvement in now moving some of these things around and what are we going to do and what we're not going to do. And this just happened to be an opportunity to at least state that. Like I said, though, I don't have any question about the work that's being done. I just like to know that we're putting these dollars in those areas that actually persons that live here, persons that have their jobs here, and small businesses here could utilize those dollars in a way that allow them to provide for their families, for their employees, and continue to survive with their businesses here, so that they can make use of some the rebranding of the city if that's what we end up doing. So I think that we do need to push this off to such time as, in fact, we are going up that slope as opposed to we haven't even come out of it yet. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I really liked the presentation. Thank you for describing what phase 1 and phase 2 meant. I really appreciate the, like Mayor Tran said, your ability to articulate your vision and your work to the council. Some of the questions that I have, thanks to Vice Mayor Nunez, they have been answered. And I think back about 2-3 years, but I'm thinking back to the years that I've lived here in Milpitas, which is now over 20 years. And I definitely agree with some of the findings that you have found in this phase 1. I personally believe that it's important. The cows, the hills, the sunflowers, the Minuteman, that's all that makes Milpitas. And so I do believe that there is a way that you could intersect that with what we're moving into, especially with BART coming in. Milpitas is getting really lost in between not only the 2 big cities we sit in, but this whole entire region. So I definitely believe that the time has come for the rebranding to happen of the city. I hear what Vice Mayor Nunez is stating in terms of we are in the middle of a pandemic and we have the obligation as policymakers to build policy and to figure out what are the needs right now. And, you know, being part of the Economic Development Commission and this subcommittee, I'm really speaking to over 300 small business owners. One of the top 3 elements that they always bring up to my attention is the gate weights that we don't have any, and the lack of what are we doing. I believe we even heard it today in one of the public comments that was, what are we doing to help small businesses and have and have people come and shop in Milpitas, because I do believe that's an investment for our community. And so that is the way that I do believe that as an investment, and I do believe that small businesses want this to happen. now, and we've been waiting for such a long time. It sounds like this money was already in the budget, and that's something that we need to make a decision on today, is to continue on with phase 2. Personally, I do not think it's going to get any better. I think we're going to see a lot more challenges. Waiting on this, I don't believe it will be a priority in the next 4 to 5 years. And I feel, based on what I've seen of other cities like Mountain View and Gilroy and San Jose, their rebranding has helped them thrive, especially in cities like Mountain View and even Morgan Hill. They rebranded not that long ago, and that's actually what's bringing money into these small cities. And so I've seen the investment happen. BART is coming through. I truly believe that if we don't write the narrative, and if we don't write what we want our city to be known for, someone else is going to write it for us. And I don't believe that Milpitians want that. I've heard, we encountered Legoland, right, with the back and forth naming of that. And through that experience, I hear the community and the citizens of Milpitas, they want the pen to write their narrative. And we have that opportunity today, and that will help our small business community thrive. And so I will be supporting this in order to move it into phase 2. The time is of the essence, as I've heard many of you say, and I do believe the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I really do appreciate phase 1. Thank you for the consultant that did the studies, and you did a really fantastic job. One of the things that I noticed, though, you mentioned history, but I didn't really, or maybe I missed it. So what was your vision of the history of Milpitas?
Basically what I was saying is just we need to, if we move forward with developing a brand, we need to be sensitive to that, because some of the symbols, the Minuteman, the cornfields, some people love that stuff. Some people really felt it was counterintuitive to trying to bring people in. The Minuteman is a little bit, so we're aware of the different views there, and we just want to be sensitive to that and make sure that the brand doesn't trample one or other point of view, but is sensitive to everyone as much as possible.
Right, and the reason why I'm asking that is because we have plans of revitalizing Main Street and calling it Old Town Main Street, Old Town, I think it was Old Town Main Street, and putting some historical pieces there, facades or whatnot, or some signage there. And so I want to make sure that we that's included in your study, and not only there's different eras. You had the Ohlone Indian era, the Native American Indians that were here, California Indians that were here already. Then you have the Spaniards when Spain owned California. That was during the mission days, the rancho days, and then you had the early pioneers during the gold rush. So all those different eras need to be, the story needs to be told somehow. Exactly. And with the little cornfields, Milpitas. So all that, and art is really important, because some of that art also can display some of our history. So just wanted to throw that out there. And also the metro area. That's a really great idea now that what's BART is coming in, and also we're going to have Trader Joe's. I was really saddened when I found out that Virgin Hotel didn't. I don't know what happened, but that was supposed to be our Santana Row, and now we're going to have the Hyatt, I think, but it's not as great as the Virgin Hotel, but I guess we'll work with that. But yeah, I definitely feel that we need to move on with phase 2 because the BART is coming in, and a city is always developing. It's always growing. We have 80,000 people now in this city. We're still working, we're still developing in the transit area. That's going to be our hub, if you will, where all the action is at, where there'll be entertainment and so forth. And because BART is right there, it makes sense. So I'd like to see us get going with this branding. It's important. I see this as an investment to get people coming in, and especially now that we're pushing for a 1/4 cent sales tax. You want to start getting people in the city and spending their money here, and from other places. So it's important that we move to phase 2. I'd also like to see. I don't know if you noticed, but there's some entrance markers. For example, there's one on Calaveras and I think it's Abbott. Well, where Denny's is at? There was a marker put there saying "Welcome to Milpitas," I think, but it's so small. It's like a dud, if you will. It's a dud, and it's just a big waste of money. We want something that's really classy, something that's vibrant and is inviting. That dud is not inviting at all. But yeah, I think now is the right time, even though we're going through the COVID and the pandemic and our economics. But the great thing about Milpitas, we have always been fiscally conservative. So it's not like we're like we're always the great thing about our city is that we have put that in the budget. So we're piecemealing it. So that's what I think we should move forward, because it's already in the budget. We already had that plan, and we're still helping our small businesses, and we're helping our with other programs. So I'd like to see us moving forward, and hopefully we can get that metro back to a Santana Road type that we had envisioned way back. So I think this is you're doing a great job, and it's important that we have this, especially because BART is coming in. It's time. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time doing this for our city. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Councilmember Montano, and the time that we're spending to discuss this item tonight is actually something that is most needed, the discussion, absolutely, because we haven't had much of it, and we have not gone this far, phase 1 at least, to have a discussion on the branding. And the discussion will continue now to Vice Mayor Nunez.
I just want to make sure, as I look at this, it's $60,000 for a plan that's going to take 6 to 12 months. It's actually not going to build anything, right?
Yes, I can respond, and then Julie or Catherine, if you want to add to it. So Vice Mayor Nunez, thank you for your question. What they will do is, so partly as Julie talked about phase 2, what they will do is they'll develop sort of a set of documents, style guide, for others to use. So for us to use for city facilities, and for others to use as well, as we have different placemaking projects throughout the city. And then part of the 60,000 is for them to also help us with our website. And it's not a complete revamp, but it's also trying to align the look of the website with whatever comes out of this phase 2 effort. So part of the money is for that as well.
Well, how much? Because I didn't see that at all in there. But that is part of the next item, correct?
You're right, Vice Mayor. So there's a couple of things. So Mike, if you could go back to the website piece of phase 2. So the website update, and this is what Julie was talking about, Vice Mayor. So this would not be a complete revamp. Like we wouldn't be looking at a complete sort of different system to use, but really looking at what we have and aligning it with the branding that, with the style guide that they come up with. So if Julie or Catherine, you could add to that, so you could be more specific about what the deliverables will be.
What we're looking at is you designing the community mark and bringing that all the way through approval with the council. And then, as Yashwini said, a style guide that helps you implement it. So that includes designing different communication tools, e-newsletters, social media. So giving you cohesion and consistency around the most public facing pieces first. That would definitely, even though it's not a tangible build like a sign, it's essential. And then the website updates, looking at aligning that and giving that voice and aligning that to the new brand. And then for the gateway signage, that wouldn't include building it, but it would give you the design potentially, and then builders and developers would also be able to take the design for the signage and the style guide and all of the tools and align their work as well. Because as you've seen throughout the city, there's not any consistency, and we're not saying things should look the same, but they should be of the same voice. And without clear direction from the city to the developers, that's why you're seeing sort of everything all over the place. So they should be able to take a lot of what we develop in phase 2 and put that to good use as well. The ED, the economic development team would be able to do that as well. So you do get a lot for the money. And then we would anticipate a phase 3 for actually building out gateway signage and potentially full wayfinding signage throughout the city, especially if you're doing a main street designation and identifying historic districts and different other districts within the community. That could be a meaningful addition for phase 3 once we're all past what's happening into a more vibrant economic time. We feel like it's a good value for the money.
So maybe a couple of things. I better understand what you mean by website update. It's not what they're talking about in IT.
Right.
Correct. But there's a phase 3 to this contract?
We don't have a phase 3.
No.
There's a phase 3 what then? I'm just going by what you said.
I'm just saying, if you end up wanting to build signs and you would need dollars around the actual building and installation.
Yeah, and that's what I was, thank you, because that's what I was referring to. So what we actually get is a report saying this is the direction you should go. It isn't actually anything that, any of those things that were identified, we're not going to get any of those. That's what I didn't think we were.
You're getting all of the design.
Right. So, but I was listening to the council person Montano. It sounded as if, to me at least, it sounded as if it was anticipating those coming, and yet it's not going to come out of this report. We actually have to sit down, look at more funding, different sources, and decide if we want to build those or not. Correct?
For this signage, yes.
Yeah. Well, for anything that comes out of the report, what we get is the report.
It's not really a report. The report is done. It's actually the creative work. So the logo would be designed. The website, we would give the team design updates. The style guide, all of that it's electronic, but it's still deliverables.
And Vice Mayor Nunez, if we could have Planning Director Ned Thomas speak to it, because there's certain things that we could provide this guidance for different projects, and they're waiting for that guidance as well. So Ned, if you want to, he may have to be made a panelist, but Some of this we could be doing on our own with CIP projects, but some of this information that they would give us would be provided to private developers to build. Ned?
There we go. Good
Oh,
evening.
hey there, it's our planning director, Ned Thomas. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. It's Ned Thomas, the planning director. Happy to join you tonight. Been listening into the discussion, all very interesting. One project comes to mind, and you're all familiar with the new Rotten Robbie that is being constructed down at the corner of South Main Street and Montague. You know, a fairly prominent, some may consider that a part of the gateway to the city, certainly a gateway to the Main Street. So as part of the project approvals, that developer was required to install a gateway sign on the corner. And we've been waiting with bated breath for this branding study to be completed so that we can give the design to the developer so that they could match whatever design the city comes up with. We can move forward and have them install the base for the sign, and they're ready to move forward now. We could possibly have them put in something temporary, but that's just one example of a project that is approved and that is waiting for the results of this branding study to move forward.
Is that information that we knew? Did the city council know that we were waiting? They were waiting to do that?
I don't think that we included in the staff report for this particular item.
The funding for that is coming from where? Because I remember they originally thought the funding for that sign was coming out of from the Arts Commission. That's not the case, is it?
No, that's not the case.
Okay.
The developer is required to install the sign according to our specifications. If needed, we can bring the design of the sign back to the city council. I think that's what we were waiting for, to see, whether or not this project would move forward at this time. And if it does, then it will provide the template for the sign that we need.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor and our planning director, Ned Thomas. I'll take a moment here. You see virtual raise hand up. I do want to include myself in the conversation, if I may. And I appreciate my colleagues' input. I want to go to Mr. Rossman, our Director of Finance, for some clarity for oneself. I know he's thinking up there he is. Yep. This is great.
Yes, I'm right here, Mayor.
Yes. And so this is the direction of the council. Previously, we allocated these funds for phase 1, and for phase 2. Did we also allocate those funds, or do we need to carve it out for our upcoming budget?
So I couldn't speak to how the funds were previously allocated, but I can speak to for phase 2 that those dollars are already tied to the contract. The contract was it's about $90,000, I believe, and it was approved by the city manager in 2019 or so. And the dollars just haven't been spent yet. So those dollars are already encumbered, they're ready for use. So it would have to be de-encumbered, taken out of the contract, and then put to different use. But typically what we do is we do this as part of a process annually, as I mentioned to the Vice Mayor, and we drops the fund balance, and that's how we come back to you in fall with the reserve balance or a budget surplus. And hopefully this year too.
Oh, thank you. You've answered my question. Because I think any decision we make it really starts with the fiscal impact for the most part. And really that is our number one job as elected officials in the city, is to, balance the budget. But it is my understanding that we have allocated these funds much prior, and that's key. But also at the same time, I want to be considerate of moving forward. Every decision that we make is no matter when we make it, is going to really have a sound, if I may, in the community. And I think about the value of this agenda item tonight, and I think there is value. Although there is COVID-19, many things are still happening. The BART station, all of a sudden, well, not too sudden, but that's opening up less than a month from now. The pedestrian overcrossing from the BART station to the Great Mall is under construction. That's not going to stop. And to know that we have the opportunity now, finally, maybe in this whole century, to have a brand, possibly a signage logo, however it can be described, on that pedestrian overcrossing. I think that's pretty special to have through this phase 2, to have the opportunity to put up a brand on really really a capital project that will really be iconic. I've heard in the past, we're looking to be iconic here in Milpitas, this small city stuck between the biggest and the 4th largest cities in the Bay Area. Rotten Robbie did not know about that. That's good to hear. And I appreciate the information I'm receiving tonight. I know I didn't receive it in the past. Sometimes I do receive information before it gets to the meeting, and sometimes I receive it during the meeting. I just want to receive it in general, besides after the fact. And that's out of all heart and respect. Listening to Councilmember Montano and talking about what we're doing on in the Midtown area, and knowing that our city is going to take a great course this year. With COVID-19, and our city is still taking its course with a lot of different projects that I don't even know too much about, like Legoland. I'm not going to get into Legoland, but that's supposed to be a big thing that was supposed to happen. It's not happening. I don't know the update for that. I think hopefully Lego has enough money to get through this thing. I have faith that Lego has a lot of money so that we can finally have Legoland, and we're going to have all these great things, Trader Joe's, and we're making positive headlines for a lot of great businesses here in town, and the transportation infrastructure for that. And I just want to think about the value of this from the bottom of my heart, and to know that this branding that we can attain fairly and relatively soon, a brand that will last for decades. I have faith that this is something that the council will make a decision on for decades to come, if not for the rest of the century. And that's exciting. And so my position on this remains as a proponent. But at the same time, I do want to be very sincerely mindful of our current environment with the COVID-19. And so the decision tonight was not supposed to be one that I think is more difficult, but one that we hope that and have faith, if we were to support it, one that we know that will have great value for our city for a long period of time, and that should, I think, be considered for my colleagues. And so those are my concluding remarks about that. I want to go back to the council. Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just some last comments. So I'm glad to hear that that there was more allocated in that budget. So that way we can move on to phase 2, which I see it as a detailed plan. And I just want to remind the consultant that that signage is really important. Points to make our city a welcoming city. And you're right, I don't see anything that is really warm and welcoming of any signage of that nature. But I'd like to see points of interest signage. For example, our adobes, we have historical adobes, Higuera adobe, Alviso adobe, they're gems, and a lot of people don't even know that they exist. They're here in Milpitas. I'd like to see signage of Old Town Milpitas, Main Street. So historical districts. Also Sandy Wool Lake, Ed Levin Park. Those are really nice parks up in the hills. And of course the BART and Great Mall. So yeah, if you could put that in your second phase in the plans, that would be great. That's it. And
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up here, going to Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. So I just have, I heard two things. I just want to check them real quick. One is, Walter, you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, that this wasn't something that was voted on by the council. This was something approved by the city manager. Is that what you said?
That is correct. That is correct. The contract was approved, but it's under the authority of the city manager.
The current or the prior?
I can look at that quickly. Hold on.
Okay.
It was signed on 2/27/2019.
So my question would remain the same.
Good.
So it's a prior city manager.
Okay. Second, as I recall, what I thought I heard the consultant say is that the report is actually done, that what you're doing now is the design. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So for the actual report was $20,000. The design work is $60,000. So in my own mind, that sounds backwards, but maybe I don't understand the artistic part, and I'm not artistic, so that very well could be. Okay, I just wanted to check those facts because they stood out in my mind.
Duly noted. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up here, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Some of the things that as I listened to the mayor and the vice mayor speak, that I would like to highlight is it's just the experience with the Legoland Discovery Center Bay Area and that whole renaming that really got the community to give feedback. And I do definitely believe that this is a component that I could give their feedback back. When the Legoland Discovery Center Bay Area was being named, I know there was this back and forth between it being named San Jose and then thank God it was named Bay Area, and they really were able to understand the history of Milpitas and why that was so important. So one of the things that I think one of the things that I would like to ask to be considered if we move to phase 2 is just really, again, and I've heard you say the starting points and the ending points, not only of Milpitas, but really how does that transcend into the community, especially with BART. So I do believe that if we could highlight that area, I want folks to know they're in Milpitas. And so I believe that this is going to allow us to do that. And so I have faith in what you have presented, that will be included in that initial phase 2. I do believe there's too many components in Milpitas that are developing right now. And this would definitely bring some highlights to that. So thank you so much for your consideration and for taking that.
Very well. hearty discussion tonight for agenda item number 13. I want to look for any further virtual hands. I think we've heard very well from our esteemed council, and we'll go to public comment. We're City Clerk Mary Lavelle.
Thank you again, Mayor. There are 3 comments for me to read to you on this item.
Yes, please. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
First is from Indrajit Mundra. 2 elementary, please rethink with C19 transitions in mind. Next is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. I am aligned with the overall advantage or big picture. The budget should be remedied to be affordable for the vital need or importance to make it happen and to welcome the project. I can imagine the very nice future and looks of Milpitas because of the great presentation and imparting to its future value as expressed. I can foresee the boosting of economy synchronizing with this project. Thank you. The next comment is another one from the same individual who already commented.
Okay.
And
Thank you. We know
there's one more, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
The next comment is extremely lengthy, so bear with me while I set the timer. Did you say 1 minute?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
My request. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to time this for 1 minute. Next comment is from Urvish Kumar Mehta, PO Box address in Milpitas. To City Council member and Ashwini, I would like to City Council members to consider suggestion. On phase 1 with different platforms and brand developing is through partnering with community involvement and engagement requires feedback. On phase 2, formalizing an aligned brand, city logo represents and symbolizes the city. So changing or continuing must continue to carry the significance of it. On phase 3, recommendation to change website is important with keeping the aspect of every division and commission separately with scope of work. For website development, Milpitas IT Department, STIC Commission and Subcommittee could provide suggestion and input on development. For history, Milpitas has sites. Oh, okay, that's 1 minute on that one. Those are the all the comments for this item.
Thank you so much, Mary Lavelle, our city clerk. Thank you so much. Always appreciate the public comments. Thank you for your understanding for folks that provided their input this late into the evening as we look to make a decision. I do have one question that came up to mind. I want to go to either Julie or Catherine. Now, for phase 2, if and when you do come back to us with the kind of the branding itself, kind of the grand brand, if I may, a part of our contractual agreement, if it's something that, let's just say I'm making this up. I think you know where I'm going with this. If the brand is something that we as a council and community, balanced and equal, may have reservations about, which I don't expect. I expect for great work. Will you continue to work with us to ensure we come to a real agreement with the ultimate final product of the brand?
Typically, we're going to bring concepts forward. We're going to discuss those concepts. We're going to identify what the strongest concept is. We're going to get feedback on that, and we're going to refine it and bring it forward. So that's part of our process. By the time we get to being done, hopefully all of this research and collaboration and conversation has paid off and we're on point. I'm knocking on wood down here because we've never not got there with our process. And I would doubt that Milpitas will be the first.
Very well. I also doubt that. And to know and to hear from your firm that it is a collaborative process together and to develop it together. It means a lot. And so,
Mayor, I like to say that we're basically translators. We're just listening and translating what we're hearing into something visual. If we're doing a good job listening to the community, we'll get it right.
we like that. Okay, fantastic. You said it right there. We have it on film.
I know.
Okay, well, I don't have any further comments. I will look to my colleagues. I know it's nearing 11 p.m. If there's any virtual hands, I want to respect it to be a good steward of this dais. If not, I don't see anything. Oh, okay, I do see a virtual hand. Councilmember Montano.
So if no one else has anything else to say, I'd like to receive the report on the community identification brand study and go on to the next phase.
Okay,
Provide
great.
direction to staff.
Yes. And so thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. And so I believe we have a direction. I want to really have everybody have their voice heard before we provide the direction on kind of the scope and implementation of phase 2. Now, I guess we'll go to a vote if that is something we're ready to do now. But before we vote on anything, let's go ahead and check in with Ash Sweeney, our Assistant City Manager. And thank you for your work on this to provide us what you have for our direction based on some of the notes you've probably been taking.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And as you saw, I'd laid out the next steps in the previous slide, but we already had a pretty detailed discussion about that. So at this time, we're looking for direction from the council as to whether you'd like us to move on to phase 2. You heard about the deliverables, and phase 2 will take several months because, again, as Catherine talked about, it is a collaborative effort. So we will do the iterative process of looking at the concepts, working closely with the council and the community on that. And so we do believe that we will be positioned well by the time some of our kind of long-term strategy documents are implemented and master plans are completed. And, you know, we believe that leveraging our strengths that Julie talked about will help us build a strong brand. We recognize the time that we're, which is why we did lay out the policy alternative. And we are also recommending that we begin phase 2 work only after the end of the COVID-19 emergency has been ended in the city. The impacts obviously will be much longer felt. And we are very mindful of the money that is being spent on this. But again, looking at a lot of the things that are happening now, which will have a long-term impact on the city's future, we felt like this would be a missed opportunity if we didn't move forward. So thank you for that listening, and happy to council direct on next steps.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. It's really stating the staff recommendation as well as the information that we've processed on the slides this evening. I want to go to a vote now to conclude this item tonight, and the vote will be to move forward with this direction to approve the item number 13, particularly phase 2, to proceed accordingly. So I will look for a motion.
So I want to make that motion to approve this and have staff move forward for phase 2.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Finn.
Nay.
Councilmember Montano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
No.
For myself, it'll be an aye. The motion is carried. And item number 13 has been approved. I want to thank our guest, Julie and Catherine this evening for your commitment to the city of Milpitas. And we look forward to getting past the COVID-19 and to continue to move the city. Thank you so much, and y'all have a great evening.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, moving on here. We have item number 14 under leadership and support services. I want to go to a virtual hand. I see Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yes, and I'm noticing the time, so I know this is about the time we start looking around. And I know we pulled 2 items from the consent calendar. We have item number 14. I'm hoping that we do not jump over or leave 16, 17, and 18 without acting on them. So I'd like to do 16, 17, and 18 before we go back to do new work, because those 3 have been sitting there for the longest time.
Yeah, I agree.
I support that. And so the order would be.
Could we do the not the easiest, but I think we would probably have a more depth conversation based on what I have heard on item 16. I think the item 17 and 18 might not have as a lengthy conversation, but I'm not too sure. At least that's what I was hearing. Just because I do agree with Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, 17 and 18 have been there for a really long time. I definitely want to talk about 16. I don't know. We'll have the time. It's already 11.
Yeah. So I had a comment, Mayor. Is there any way we can postpone the information technology item for the next city council meeting, or is it?
Yeah, I'm open. Let's check in with our city manager. Item number 14. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are yes, you could move any items you want onto the next meeting. Just there'd be no guarantee we'd get through the next meeting, but I think for now you could move that one forward.
Okay, that works. Okay. And so back to the Vice Mayor, which items would you like to proceed with?
So in whatever order, I just think that 16, 17, and 18 have been there, that I would like to address them. And so if we want to do 18, 17, and 16, that's fine with me. I just think that, I don't think 16 is going to be as long, because really it's just if we're going to put them on the agenda or not. But 17 and 18, I think are quite doable within our timeline. And I'm willing to move all the other ones to the next meeting. But those I would like to take the time, because there are items and we keep letting them sit there. And I don't want people to think they're not important, because they really are. I think they're going to help with everything else we do. So if we're comfortable doing 18, 17, and 16 in that order, I'm fine with that.
I concur with you. Let's do 18, 17, and 16 in that order, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. I don't see any. Okay, good. Item number 18, let's adopt a resolution in support of the principles of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And we have our council member, Karina Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. Thank you, Mayor and bestowed council members. Today before you, I am excited to bring forward a recommendation to adopt a resolution in order to support the principles of the United Nations Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. I am really excited. I know I may not sound like it, I do want to give a disclosure. I'm going through a major migraine right now, but I am very excited about hearing this important item. And so many of you have the resolution before you. Just to give you a little background on what CEDAW is. CEDAW is a convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. It is a landmark international agreement that affirms principles of fundamental human rights and equality for women around the world. The reason that it's before you today is because it usually is adopted and ratified at the federal level due to the leadership. And unfortunately, it's been stuck in different committees that it has not been ratified in the federal level. Therefore, each city is now taking the leadership in adopting an ordinance on its own. And so that is why it's before you today. Usually, like I said, it's ratified at the federal level, but I'm really excited to bring this before you along with Councilmember Fan. I know that both of us signed this commitment many, many moons ago, it feels like, when Santa Clara County took the initiative. And so it's really exciting to finally have a framework for Milpitas. And what this treaty really does, it really allows us to take a deeper lens and do deeper work into some of the goals that this convention brought before us, which one was to reaffirm the faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and the worth of human person, and equal rights for men and women. And so today I am I am asking you to please adopt this resolution, which will help us move that needle forward and really establish in the future a framework that is really going to allow us to create an environment that's equal. And so before you have the resolution. I know that many of you may be asking, what could this look like? And so I want to share a little bit of what other cities have adopted and where it has moved. And it all has started with the resolution. Again, this is just to move the needle forward. I did not add any of this framework into this resolution because I believed it's important for all 5 of us to have that conversation and have that in the future. But I definitely believed it was important for us to have the resolution passed in order to move in that direction. Because we all know that before us, we have a budget deficit coming our way. And so some of the things that you could see happening from this that don't require a lot of budget is, for example, we could work with Public Works to place greater street lightings in order to create better safety for women. We can ensure that there is equal principles and initiative to expand a gender analysis or a gender lens to our own enforcement policies within our Milpitas Police Department. Those are some of the things that we could create without investing any dollars in that could potentially create a huge difference in our city. Just to give you guys some stats, 1 in 4 college women are sexually assaulted. The US ranks 61 out of 184 countries are maternal deaths during pregnancy and childbirth, and 1 in 4 women report being stalked in their lifetime. I want to note that unfortunately during COVID-19, one of the elements that we're seeing in all of our cities in Santa Clara County is the increase of domestic violence reports that are being placed to our police departments. And that is due directly because of what's happening with COVID-19. And so those are some of the things that I hope you have in mind as you proceed with hearing this information. And so this is more than just ending gender discrimination in our city. I do believe that CDOT is making a commitment to all Milpitians that we're going to move the needle forward and that we're going to work together to create a framework that is going to be equal for both men and women, not only in our city, but in our region. And so I do want to allow some speaking time to Councilmember Fan since he was instrumental in moving this forward. And so I'm going to go ahead and give him the floor and then move it forward to any questions that this council may have. Thank you for your time.
I think Councilmember Dominguez pretty much summed it up pretty nicely. The impetus for passing this is very clear amongst the statistics of people who are, or rather women who are affected by domestic violence every day. You know, I think during this pandemic, I think the numbers might be more salient, you know, but obviously this is something that has been ongoing and is a perverse threat to our society. So, you know, I don't want to dabble on too long. I think, you know, this is something that many cities have, you know, have looked to support. It's a long time coming, and it's a more or less really shows, you know, our moral compass here. So just want to keep it short there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for your work and your partnership. At this time, if there's any questions from the council, I will go ahead and take them. Thank you.
Okay, I see a virtual hand for Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. And so I don't have any real questions. One, I want to thank you both for bringing this forward. Too many times persons believe that it's not their place, it's not their role to take a stand when issues like this are before them, or that they pretend not to see what's right in front of them. And it takes strong persons to actually take stands like this. And so I commend you both. I think that I'm a member of the Women's Equality 2020 Leadership Group. And we sit there and when we talk about what stands out in leaders, it is those that are going to take a stand for what's right, regardless of the cost. And I think the city of Milpitas needs to be able to do that. That's why on this one, I didn't want to keep waiting because it's an important issue. I want persons to know when you talk about branding this city, what our values are, what we stand for. And to me, this is an important one. So I would hope that a city manager, because I don't see any pictures anymore, that this is something that once we pass it, this is something we want to go out and let everyone know that we took the time from these two council persons initiating it, that we passed it, that we now want to take the steps to take the time to find those things we really can do to make it safer in the city. Those of us that have, because age really isn't the important part. If you are 9 or 10 or in your 60s or 70s, if you're a woman or a young girl, you want to be safe in your environment. And it's incumbent upon persons in roles like ours to try to ensure that. And so I don't want to just pass ordinances and these things. I want to make sure we follow through and do something that says we are a safe city for girls, young women, regardless of your age. This is a safe city for you to come to. So I applaud you both for taking this stance, bringing it to our attention. I apologize for letting it go on so long and not bringing it forward. City manager, the only thing I would ask is in the resolution at number 3 says at the very end says that you will come back at some point with all the forms on discrimination and such. I'd like you to actually put a date in there so that we know it's going to happen and when it's going to happen, so that persons know we really are holding ourselves accountable. So once again, I just applaud you because it is not something, and you're right, it's held up at the federal government and there's no damn reason for that at all. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and I will really join the utmost support for this item. And I've been watching it under the leadership of Councilmember Dominguez and Councilmember Fan, and really taking a cue from your efforts on this. And I am very proud of this resolution in support, not just for my colleagues, but really most importantly for women all around the world. I'm going to go back to the virtual hand here. We have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate the support. I appreciate your words, and I definitely value the work that all of us have done in one way or the other to really move the needle on this regionally. So just know that this is important work. And I echo the sentiments of Vice Mayor Nunez, that this is going to take some commitment, and it's going to take us, it's going to take the visionaries that all of us are to make it happen with very little. But just know that we can make amazing things happen with very little. And these are the things that really protect women from violence, regardless of your age. And that's what really this comes down to, unfortunately, many times. And so it's going to take collaborative work, but I look forward to working with all of you and making sure to see this through. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. I do see another virtual hand, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly very appreciative of the kind words by my esteemed colleagues. You know, I think the bulk of the credit should be going to Councilmember Dominguez. You know, she put in most of the work here, and you know, I'm happy to support you know, the policy 100%, and I want to continue to support it. You know, but I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge just you know, the amount of work that and I'm sure very long hours putting into this effort by the council member. So just wanted to give credit where credit's due.
Very well, thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And next up, we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Dominguez and Councilmember Fan for putting this together. This is really important because it shows the community that we really value women, and that women's rights should be valued, and that we need to protect them from all sorts of discrimination and violence. So this is a great resolution, or actually resolutions to make sure that it's on our radar. So, and what I really like is that we can let young girls know that our city cares about their welfare. So thank you, Councilmember Dominguez and Fan.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Well, back to the next virtual hand, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see if there's a date we could put in there. And I don't know if it was you, Steve, or Chris that helped put that section together. If that you could come back with, I don't know if it's an AR or that process. I don't want to commit you to something you can't keep.
Just Vice Mayor Nunez, I think great point. What I will do is I think I can work with Councilmember Dominguez to work on the ordinance.
I trust with that.
Our city manager to bring it back, but it's up to the discussion of the council when you'd like it to come back.
I, for one, would like it as soon as possible, but I'll leave that up to Councilmember Dominguez. It's her ordinance, but I just think if we don't put a date in, then it doesn't show that it had any real importance, and it really does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. And with that, looking for a motion to adopt this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt the resolution by Councilmember Montano, second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor, virtual roll call. First up, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried and item number 18 is approved. Moving
Mayor
on to
Chen,
item
just-
number.
Just before you guys move on, I just wanted to see if there was consensus to include a date in there. I know you all were excited to adopt the resolution, but if there's a
Yes.
or
If-
Councilmember Dominguez, anything that you're inclined
Yes.
to include?
Due to the ordinance in itself, I would just like to ask you, how long would it usually take? Do you think it's doable for us to just say by the end of this fiscal year? I mean, we're so close.
Yeah,
to it.
potentially. I think
Yeah.
if council wanted to give us some room, we could say ideally by obviously our second meeting in June, if not
Okay.
that first meeting in August.
I feel comfortable with the second meeting in June. Is that's something that the council
Yes.
feels comfortable with?
I do.
That's good.
Yes.
Councilmember Dominguez and I will connect on Zoom with our city manager and we'll get working on this. Bring it back to you.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Item number 17, hearing request of Councilmember Fan and Mayor Tran in support of Laura's Law. And happy to get this work done. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the push to clear items. Let's go to Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you. You know, I had initially, for a while, since the pandemic, thought a lot about whether or not to continue moving forward with this item, you know, just amidst the budgetary constraints and of every agency, including the county, you know, like pretty much every county supervisor meeting these days, it's top issue is coronavirus response. But then it occurred to me that this pandemic has taken a huge toll on the mental health of like probably everyone. You know, I can only imagine what the folks who are living without a home are going through, who already have pre-existing, you know, mental health conditions. For the folks who have serious mental health conditions, and so I think it is completely still relevant, if not more relevant today than before. So just a brief overview of Laura's Law and its background. Laura Wilcox, she was a teenage college student who was shot to death in 2001 by a very deranged individual. And despite pleas from his own family, from the recommendation of his social worker, the individual actively refused treatment, psychiatric treatment, and continued to be defiant, increasingly paranoid, delusional in the events leading up to the shooting. So, you know, a lot of people would see that as a murder that could have been prevented had there have been a stronger mental health support system in place, had there been better public policy, and had there not been a broken health system. And so in 2002, the Governor Gray Davis signed what's known now as Laura's Law. And essentially it aims to help individuals suffering with mental health needs by mandating, requiring their access to assisted outpatient treatment. But the thing about this policy is that it applies to regions that adopt a local implementation plan. And so there's a number of regions that have such a policy, including Contra Costa County, Marin County, San Mateo County, San Francisco counties, and but not yet Santa Clara County. And that's kind of what this discussion is gonna, I think, be mainly focused on, to encourage the county to, despite all of the new hurdles that have occurred in recent days, in recent months, to not disregard this priority and continue moving forward with it, ensuring that the severely mentally those with severe mental disorders have the assisted outpatient treatment and the appropriate housing accommodations, so that we can prevent these tragic incidents from occurring. And this is a topic that I'm obviously very passionate about. And when I reached out to Mayor Tran, I thought, who better to work with on this issue as somebody who works very closely with these patients. So I want to yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Yes, when you reached out to me with this request, it was a very heartfelt to know that you have a deep understanding and passion for those with mental health, and in this case, serious mental health disorders. We talk about mental health often, but I don't think we as a society discuss serious mental health enough. The diagnostic statistical manual is a thick one that mental health practitioners and psychiatrists and psychologists are referred to. It's a manual pretty thick if you've ever seen it. It's, if I may, kind of a sort of the textbook for serious mental health illnesses. And if you look deep into the book, it's a very concerning, really part of our society. Bear with me as the clock goes towards midnight. I'm a little fatigued, and to go into a manual of serious mental illness is quite complicated. I have some experience in the past working with the county and seeing how serious mental health affects folks from all demographics and walks of life, whether you are from a household that is worth the 1% or the millions, or if you're homeless. No one is really everyone is, serious mental health illnesses don't discriminate to anyone. And so as we've seen in society, Councilmember Fan has pointed out that there can be a greater fatal risk to the general public. And so with our support of Laura's Law this evening, our city, and I thank our colleagues for looking into the issue on tonight's agenda and on previous agendas as well. The really decision making and thought process that's required for this evening. It takes a lot to be court ordered for various things in court. I haven't been in court, so except for a speed ticket one time, but that was an infraction many years ago. But every day we have our court here in the county, and if you call any of the judges, particularly in this area, they'll tell you that there are some real stories and cases that have occurred just right here in our backyard. And I believe that we should really support our county to utilize this California state law to allow for court-ordered assisted outpatient treatment. We have mental health practitioners, experienced and new, just a field of professionals that are ready to serve, and we should empower our mental health professionals to make the impact that they invested their careers into. And this is public service, really, if you think about it. So there is a fiscal impact if you think about preventative measures to persons that may have serious mental illnesses, who may be arrested or hospitalized. At the end of the day, the taxpayer does foot that bill respectively. And when we talk about public safety here in Milpitas, this is a policy that can be made and a decision that you can decide tonight that will really put public safety first and mental health first, and very much many more areas of social services. And so tonight I encourage and ask kindly for my colleagues to support this California state law. And so with that being said, I want to go to my colleagues if there are any virtual raised hands, and the council member Anthony Fan and I are here to provide the support as needed. Okay, we have a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, thank you to both you and Councilmember Fan for bringing this forward. It is true in terms of the safety component. I see it every single day, and it's very frustrating. I'll be honest, it's frustrating to see, unfortunately, how some individuals are so distorted and they can't make decisions for themselves, even if they were in a state that they wanted to get and seek help. They can't even comprehend what that looks like. And definitely your experience, Mayor Tran, is true in terms of how difficult it is to just get the ability to make decisions for individuals. It's very, very difficult. So I commend both of you for bringing this forward. I will be supporting it in a matter of public safety and ensuring, most importantly, that our most vulnerable, which is those who are encountering any kind of episode. As you said, Mayor, that DSM-5, it's big, and all of us at some point could experience trauma that could unfortunately move any individual by a streak of luck or just a streak of stress or a streak of trauma. So I do believe we need to help the most vulnerable. One of the things that I would like to see from this letter is just having a serious conversation. I know that COVID-19 has brought so many new elements, but I do feel that we need to have a conversation with the county in terms of what is really happening with this certain population of folks and what is really the cycle of services that happens. And I don't want to in any way minimize the efforts that are being held, because I know our own representative, Supervisor Dave Cortese, has been at the forefront of advocating. But I do believe that those conversations need to happen at some level. And my experience has taught me that there's something that's not really moving in that circular circle for these individuals to get services. And I'm not too sure what it is. And I just want to make sure that in the city of Milpitas that we identify what is that marker, what is that indicator, even for this letter to bring to fruition. I'm learning to listen. I'm learning to listen, Vice Mayor Nunez. And I miss sitting next to you because it's a little easier for me to learn. But on Zoom, I'm listening. And one of the things you said about the previous item is you want to see it move into fruition, right? See it move into something where it's not just a letter of support. And I also don't want my words to be taken in the perspective of pointing fingers, because I don't believe that's true either. I think we need to work collaboratively with the county, and there's so many moving parts, especially now. But I do feel that, at least from one member of this council, I want to hold myself accountable, because we have members in this community who need this assistance, and this letter could really help bring that assistance to them. And so thank you again, Councilmember Fan and Mayor Tran, for bringing this forward. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. Tonight has been a good night, I believe, for the city council. If you get too used to talking just about money, anybody could sit in our seats. When you talk about what's helpful to citizens, regardless of their age, that's important work. And we've done that tonight at all levels. This issue right now brings to mind when I was on the Behavioral Health Board, where I had no idea about mental health and the needs of persons that were in need of professionals. And I went through such a learning curve that I did nothing but listen, Councilman Dominguez, for one whole year, because half of that board is made up of persons receiving services, and listening to those persons talk to us about what their real needs were changed my whole opinion of what I was doing there. And so you're really right. In the League of Cities magazine that comes out every month, and I'm hoping that we haven't lost our director of Park and Rec. I don't see her bubble there, but hopefully she's still with us. It's transitioning that department from not only Park and Rec, because you still need that, but into providing services to those persons that come to us in need of mental health services. And I saw on your list, Steve, a social worker for Park and Rec. And my hope is that's a sign, Councilperson Dominguez, that we're beginning to shift, because that's what's written about for the last 3 months in that magazine, that we have to change to the needs of our constituents, and that just the fun and games and all that is still there, but citizens have other needs, and just pointing to the county isn't good enough. Well, that's their responsibility. Really, they're our citizens, first and foremost, and we need to provide assistance and become advocates for them. And when I saw that position on the list you sent out, Steve, it made me hopeful that that is where you and Ashwini and Renee are taking us, in that direction. Because if we don't do it, then who will? And so I applaud you for that. I applaud you two gentlemen for bringing this topic up, because it's one of those where you say, what can we do? And if you start out with the feeling that you can't do anything, then you won't do anything. If you start out with, what can we do? then you will do something, and you've proven that. So tonight is proving, it's helping me really remember why I ran for this city council, because we can make a difference. So thank you. And I will be supporting this. And I also miss not sitting next to you because you remind me of what's happening now, not just what I remember of happening back when. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. I will go to the next raised hand I see here virtually. Councilmember Dominguez.
I apologize. That was from before. I'm going to go ahead and lower it before I forget. Thank you.
Okay, next up here, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Vice Mayor Nunez said in regards to, not just shifting this to the county. It's very easy for us to say, oh, we did a letter of support. We support what the county's doing, and period. Right. I want to be able to somehow incorporate, either what we already have, the resources that we already have, the staff that we already have, into a framework that works, that's integrated with the county health system. And what I mean by that is, existing staff positions, what Vice Mayor Nunez had referred to as that social worker qualification there, that can be an area that they can really make a difference in. I don't know if we have existing staff right now within housing or within PD. I recall vaguely that we had decide that we had hired somebody devoted just for working with the unhoused population. If there's any way to tie this with what we already have, that'd be great. And I was really heartened when we passed a few years back the suicide prevention strategy, and we created that suicide prevention task force, somewhat related to this, in a situation when somebody is not in the right mental state to decide for themselves what's and potentially put themselves in harm's way. If that suicide prevention policy, if there's any way we can incorporate it into the spirit of this policy, I know that's probably a lot of asks that I'm throwing out there. I'm not necessarily asking you to implement all these things, but I really would love for us to work more hands-on on this policy with the county. So those are just my final thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. We're next going to Councilmember Montano, and then we're going to go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle, for public comments. But first up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm really glad that you and Councilmember Pan have put this forward. So this letter, this request really validates that our city takes ownership of our city's commitment to incorporate this into a plan of action, meaning that our police department, or whatever, or all our city services will try to help families that have children with mental illness. A lot of mentally ill out there, they're they need to take their medication, but they don't want to be in a confined place. So it really opens the door so families will have a venue where they can take their child or their family member to get help. So I'm really glad that you moved this forward. Mental illness affects people from all walks of life, especially those that were traumatized when they were little. The human brain, it's when studies have shown that children that have been traumatized go through a lot of, they do go through, it's like that post syndrome, that post-traumatic syndrome.
PTSD, yes.
Right, so it does affect them. And so I'm really glad that we're able to take ownership of this and value that, we care about our mentally ill families. So with that, I'm gonna support this as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. And then we go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle, for any public comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You have one comment on this matter. It's from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. This is even beyond the PWID, People with Intellectual Disabilities Help Program, conducted by some organizations like the Knights of Columbus. Item 17 is to be greatly considered.
Thank you very much for the public comment. Great night of public comments. Thank you very much, Mary. With that being said, I want to thank everybody for their input, and I want to conclude by thanking and giving my full appreciation and gratefulness on this item for Councilmember Fan, who really is the one that spearheaded this effort. And I really stand with him on this item and his leadership to get this to where it is tonight. So I will go to Councilmember Fan, and he can request a motion or make it himself.
Yes, thank you. Well, it certainly takes a village. So I'm grateful for everybody's support. That said, I'll just call the question and move directing staff to work with the county, communicate with them our support of county implementation of Laura's Law and enhance conservatorship policies.
Absolutely. So I believe that's a motion by Councilmember Fan.
Second.
We have a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried, and item number 17 is approved. Thank you, everybody, for the important work. At this time, I know we have 16 left. How are folks feeling? I know that's a more further of a discussion that
Well,
you have a list of items. Vice Mayor.
yeah, so I want to be mindful of persons' physical well-being, and I heard about the migraine. So I think we did well getting those two out of the way. So I want to finish on a high.
Yes, thank you.
So I'd like to call for the close of the meeting. Pick this one up as our first item coming back, and if we could do that, City Manager. I really would like to, if we can do that, then I just want to say, you make me all proud being part of this group. So
Today was
let
a
me
good
say,
night.
Same here.
yeah,
Good night.
good
Yeah,
night.
so
Got it.
proud
Is that good?
evening.
Well,
Same here.
Proud evening. And we'll before we adjourn here, I just want to congratulate our new city manager, Stephen McHarris.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.
bye.
Have a good evening.
You guys have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. If I knew how to turn it off.
I still hear you.
I know, I'm trying to figure out how to turn it off.